Welcome into Hand Raise, guys. I'm Neal McCready, flying solo tonight. Hope you guys are having a great New Year's Eve. It is the final day of this godforsaken year, 2020. So happy New Year. 7:24 Central Time, so about 4.5 hours left in this year. So I'll take your calls, stay with you guys as long as you would like, and we'll have some fun. I have no plans. We ordered Domino's thin crust pizza. It's just me and Laura and Carson here tonight. We got some Domino's. It was good. Domino's thin crust, really underrated. We can talk about the Mississippi State Tulsa game. Not a great look for the Bulldogs. They win the game. It was really funny. I didn't see the first half. I was out running some errands, doing some things, and I got in, and it was on into third quarter, and I was kind of going back and forth. It says for me to zoom out. I'm gonna have to completely create a new scene to do that. I'll have to figure that out in a minute. We didn't have anything built for one, so I might have to just go back to a main scene and delete some stuff and go. I was trying to make it look good. Not sure it worked. Anyway, I was kind of catching up on some laundry today, catching up on some things, and I wasn't really watching the game. But every time I went in and looked at it, it was chippy. And the two teams were doing the deal. And then Tulsa scored and had the onside kick that they failed to convert, where Errol Thompson just took a shot at a guy. And they contemplated on TV whether that should or should not have been a penalty. What was a penalty was Errol Thompson stood over the guy, kind of straddled him, kind of bumped him. The guy's clearly in pain. And I thought to myself, this is going to get bad at the end of this game. And I almost tweeted that. And then it ended, and it at first didn't get bad, and ESPN went back to the studio because they were getting ready to go to what I guess was the Liberty Bowl, the West Virginia Army game. And so I went back into our bedroom. I was folding laundry, and then I heard them say, hey, we're going to go back to Fort Worth. And I thought it happened. And I saw the pictures. Dear God, that's a terrible look. And then I saw the interview with Mike Leach. And Mike Leach just dismissed it. Said, shouldn't happen. We're not going to cut any cloth over it. And I thought, maybe he just hasn't seen it yet. And I think he saw it. I think he basically knew what had happened. I'll give Mike Leach the benefit of the doubt only until I see what he says after he's had a day to talk to people and to look at the film and to talk about what happened. I'll be curious when that happens. If then he comes back and says, hey, that's inexcusable, this can't be a part of my program, I'll back off a little bit with my criticism. But I'm sort of waiting just to see what he says. And I'm waiting to see what the SEC says. That can't be a part of the SEC product. That can't be what the SEC is about. You would never see that from some of the top programs in the SEC. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't see it. Can't happen. I said this when Ole Miss had their brawl with Mississippi State. I said it can't happen. Doesn't matter who started it. Can't happen. So that's my thoughts on that. Crazy. So it's New Year's Eve, Ole Miss and Indiana. Ole Miss has made the trip to Tampa. I think they're probably there by now. I know they were leaving mid to late afternoon, so they're probably in Tampa by now. Ole Miss and Indiana, that game at 11:30 Central on Saturday. We'll have scoreboard business at 9:30 on Saturday morning. We'll pop some mimosas and talk about Ole Miss and Indiana, and then we'll watch the game with you on the MPW Digital Watch Party. And then we'll have another edition of Hand Raise, guys, the first of 2021, right here on MPW Digital on our YouTube page. And we'll bring that to you. Then Ole Miss basketball on Saturday afternoon in Oxford, Ole Miss, Wichita State. It's a 5 p.m. game on ESPNU. Probably won't have a watch party for that, but we'll bring you something from that as it goes along. Ole Miss 0-1 in the SEC after really playing poorly at Alabama. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take your calls. I'll answer your questions. I'll stay with you guys as long as you want. I've got really no plans. It's just us. We traditionally don't stay up and ring in the new year. I personally find New Year's Eve to be somewhat of an overrated holiday. Grizzly Reb says Malik Heath don't give a, he didn't appear to. All right, here we go. Take a call. Hey, who do we have? Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neal, how y'all doing?
Hey, Bubba, what's up, my man?
Happy New Year. Just want to make a prediction. I think I've done the Rona Challenge this year, and we're doing all right. We're intelligent. Just decided to call y'all up. Got the first call last of the year. Just want to wish you and your family a Happy New Year. And we're sitting here with 3-8, and Miller's doing all right, and everybody's doing all right. Just want to say Happy New Year to you and everyone else.
Well, Bubba, Happy New Year to you. I can't tell you how many times I get text or calls from people that says, hey, is Bubba real? And I'm like, yeah, man, Bubba's real. I get that question all the freaking time. You were one of our first callers on Hand Raise Guys. You've been a big part of the show. We certainly appreciate you. Everybody doing well? Everybody's kind of bounced back from the corona and all that stuff?
Everybody's doing all right, and I'll call up next time with Daddy on the phone, and he's convinced that Hugh Freeze will be hired next week. I told him he's drinking the shine too much. But
Hugh Freeze was Hey, Bubba, Hugh Freeze was here in Oxford just last night. So wait, we got a question for you, Bubba. Blue Streak 76 wants to know what did he get you for Christmas?
Well, he got me some socks from dead socks that you boys got when you had the thing.
Which ones did you get?
He got me the 7-pack, and they were nice after the South Carolina game. He ordered them for me, and ordered him some Tennessee socks too. So
good.
He got me those, and just supporting it, you guys. And he listens to the show. He's listening right now on White Pine. But anyway, I just want to say one thing. Happy New Year to Grind. Didn't mean to insult him last time. Hope he's doing well. I really like his opinion, outside the Ole Miss family. So, and Hottie Potty, hopefully we beat Indiana. I want your thoughts on that. Don't get it real good. I think we're going in to look good and cross our fingers, and we'll see which man shows up that day, so to speak. So,
well, Happy New Year, Bubba. Happy New Year to Diddy and everybody 3-8 and everybody there at your homestead.
Hey, one last thing, Neal. We always got to do it, and we go, woo! And y'all have a good night.
Good night, Bubba. So one of the questions was who was better for thanks for the super chat, by the way. Let's see. I'll get up to it. Kyle Wilson said, who was better for Rebel Grove, Kiffin or Freeze? So far, Kiffin, to be honest. So far, Kiffin's better. You guys like Lane Kiffin. And whether we deserve it or not, we sort of get a little credit for the Lane Kiffin hire. We didn't make the hire. I think we get a little credit for pushing for Lane. So maybe that's part of it too. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neal. It's Casey from Natchez. What's up, man?
Hey, Casey. What's up, man?
Well, happy early New Year's, bud.
Happy New Year to you. We've almost made it.
I know it. I'm ready. Well, first I want to start off and saying, I know I heard you and Chase say one time, the best way that we can thank y'all for what you do is to, purchase from your sponsors. And I want to say I've called Corey Clark this week, and he's going to hook me up with a new F-150. I mean, your advertisement was spot on. The dude answered the phone, was 10 minutes, business hours, right to the bottom line, no haggle.
Yep.
He gave me the quote, dude, and I was super impressed. So I'm excited. I'm going to put the order in Wednesday. And Corey, if you're listening, thanks, bud. You're awesome. And so I just wanted to let everybody know that if they have a business they want to advertise, it works, because I live 4 hours and 45 minutes away. So.
Well, Casey, that means the world to me. It really does. It means the world to us at MPW Digital. You're right. I'll say this. I won't be too terribly humble here. Our advertising works, and you'll love your Clark Ford. We've got 3. I drive one. Laura drives one. Campbell drives one. They're great. They go above and beyond with customer service. Corey, like you said, is an absolutely great guy. Corey and I have become really good friends over the years, and you'll love the service you get from him. He's a straight shooter. He's just a truly genuine guy, and I tell people all the time. We say it all the time. Make that call, 662-257-1900. Corey does want to be your car guy. He wants to be your truck guy, and sometimes, and I've been doing this a little bit here lately with him. Sometimes it's not even for a Ford product. He'll give you advice with dealerships and such that are not Ford, that are not Chevrolet. You know, his dad and brother run a Chevy dealership, and sometimes he's given me advice on other things that we've talked about and looked at that do nothing for him. Because he wants to be your car guy and he wants to be your truck guy, and you're exactly right. And it means the world to us, to you and everybody who hits up our sponsors. You're exactly right. People always say, hey, I want to say thanks and all that. I'm always like, well, the best way you can say thanks is to hit up one of the people who advertise with us and tell them that's why you're there.
Yeah, he was awesome, and he didn't know. Years ago, I was a finance manager. I did that for several years with a dealership, and I know a little bit. I mean, I'm not an expert or nothing, but I mean, he was awesome. But so the other reason I'm calling, I posted a thread on the board about a Christmas gift that my son got. A lot of people laughed, and if anybody's listening, I apologize. You have to hear it again, but I wanted to let you know it's the most random, bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
Have you seen the thread about what my 5-year-old son got from my
I don't think I have, Casey. I don't think so.
Okay, you're not going to believe it.
Okay.
So we get over there. They have the box is wrapped. There's 4 grandkids. My brother has 3 kids. I have 2, but one's an infant and the other one's 5. So he gets the box, Neal, and it's wrapped up, everything, card, everything. Opens it up. It's an apple and a spray can of sunscreen.
So he opens the box, and there's an apple, like the piece of fruit.
An apple.
And a spray can of sunscreen on Christmas Day.
Yes. He's 5.
But why? But why?
I don't know. Like, I thought at first, I was like, well, this is a gag. And then all the other grandkids were opening up, and they got the same thing. And here's the worst part. The damn sunscreen is expired. Like, it was from Ollie's, and I was looking at it, and I was like, what in the hell? This is so bizarre. And so, thank God, my 5-year-old is sweet. His name's Judah. He's, cool little kid.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm harsh on everything, but he goes, oh, you're silly. Thanks, Mama, or whatever he called her. Like, even my 5-year-old thought it was a joke.
So is
that crazy?
It's crazy. The only thing I can think of is that scene in Christmas Vacation when the great grandparents show up and she had wrapped the cat.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He shakes it and you hear the cat go, and she's like, hey, whatever her name is, she's getting old. She can't remember what she's doing, and sometimes she just wraps the cat. That's all I can think of is that she just saw an apple and she had some sunscreen laying around and wrapped it up.
It was like a bush league apple too, like it wasn't like a candied apple or something, or like it was just so random that it was those 2 things, and she did it like she made the decision four times, and so it was just me and my wife have laughed about it. We've talked to our friends about it, and it's not like my father, he saw it and he was like, what in the world? So he followed us to the truck later. It's like, look, here's $50. Find something like she's lost her mind, And I said, Dad, it's okay. I mean, he's got too many gifts, But it was just so bizarre. And I put it on the board, and some guys were very kind and funny, and of course they said all kinds of stuff. She's just, the lady's crazy, bless her heart. But
hey, Casey, grind in the thread says that Gala or Fuji apples are good as hell. What kind of apple was it?
It was like one of those like hard apples that you get in like a bag, like 50 of them. You know, like I don't know. It was bad, man.
Bless her heart.
That's just crazy.
That is crazy. That has to be the explanation.
Well, she's, it was a little touch and go there for a second. I didn't know. I was like, what in the hell? Like, I still don't know, like, if she's sticking it to me or something, or what.
She just,
so, I don't know.
She just doesn't know what planet she's on right now. It's got to be that.
Dude, and she wasn't even blitzed either. Like, normally, I mean, they're hammered right now. I mean, it's dark, but it was, at lunchtime, and I don't know, it's just weird. I just thought it was funny, so I had to share it. But.
That's great.
All right, man.
Happy New Year, Casey.
You guys.
Yep.
You too. Talk to y'all soon.
You too. Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to make people who call in. Got to tell me something you're thankful for 2020, something, because we all universally ripped the year. It was a bad year. But I do think we've learned some things from 2020. I wrote a column today. It's up at rebelgrove.com, kind of my year in review, where I started a year in review. And I started it the other day, and I kept deleting, and I was just going to kill it. And I saw a tweet from Royce Young that made me think about what it was I was going to write. So we'll talk about a little bit about that over the course of the night as well. Hey, who's this?
Hey, this is Bennett's with me. This is Caleb, aka Rebel Yeller 21, and Bennett.
Hey, Caleb.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, fill me in. What's going on? What's the latest on the quest? Because the last time we talked, you were, I guess you were talking about doing the breakfast date here during the holidays. So what's the update?
All right, so very quick update. Actually, I got as much closure as I wanted, and I was very pleased with the outcome. So basically, I kind of messaged her again after it was exactly a month. So this is for Chase. It was actually a ghost. I know at the time it was not a ghost, but after 30 days, it was a ghost. So, and she basically told me, like, she had just gotten out of a toxic relationship. She wasn't really interested, and she didn't want to be taken to breakfast. She said that is a lame move. I'm kidding about that part. She didn't say that.
Oh, she didn't say that. Okay. Yeah. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that's what Caleb said. Caleb said that's lame, and I agree. Yeah. But yeah, that was basically it right there.
Chat just said we're trying to convince them that it's not. So people on the board think that we're the same person, and we're not. So Bennett didn't get anywhere with this girl, and he's never going to get anywhere with this girl. But there are any girls. No, there are girls out there for you. But we do have a funny story. We were a few of the poor souls who went to Baton Rouge to watch the Rebels lose to LSU. And if y'all want to hear that story.
Yeah, we got nothing but time.
Okay.
We got 4 hours and 18 minutes till the new year. Go ahead.
So one thing we're thankful for the rain and getting poured on during that game. That was awful. So at one point we moved like kind of all around the stadium, and we moved to like the top of the lower deck where there's like a cover, like a concourse level covering you. And we were kind of standing up. The Rebels had just scored to take an 8-point lead. And some old LSU fan screamed at the top of his lungs. There were 5 of us. He screamed like, "Y'all ever plan on sitting down at any point?" To which I, the smart ass that I am, turned around and said, "Do y'all plan on coming back and winning this game at any point?"
Ooh.
And I turned back around and looked at my phone. I wasn't really paying attention to him. He's like, "Excuse me, what'd you say?" And then one of my buddies turned to him and was like, "He said exactly what you heard. You all plan on coming back and winning the game." He's like, "No, I want to hear it from him." And so I turned around and said it to him. Like, I didn't care. Well, he looked at me like, "You better watch out. You better watch your mouth, son." And I almost said, "What, do you need a hearing aid?" But no, I didn't say that. Then, of course, the Tigers scored 13 unanswered, and that was such was life.
Yeah, you kind of jinxed it there. You never talk about the lead when you have the lead. You keep your mouth shut when you have the lead. Because
thanks, Brian. You would be a superstar in Oxford if we were your competition. That is true. We have no game.
So you keep saying that about no game. Is that part of the strategy to have no game?
No, there is no strategy. Bennett and I, we have a buddy named John who was on the trip with us to Baton Rouge who was very good with girls. Like, every time we ever went out to a bar, John would have not one girl but 2 girls next to him every time we left. And Bennett and I would just be like, "Hey, we're here," and would never have any luck. I'm currently dating right now. I'm doing good. I'm probably going to be engaged very soon.
Oh,
So Bennett, on the
congratulations.
other hand, we got to work on him.
No, it's more of a choice thing. There's options, but it's just like I'm maybe too picky. I don't know, or I don't care enough. I don't know, something like that. But all right, my love life is not interesting, so we can move on from that. But
We got some ladies that want to say hello to the show. Ladies, what's up?
Oh,
Y'all say something to the show. You're on hand raise, guys.
You're on hand raise.
Don't be shy. Say something. Y'all can say hey.
Hello. Hey.
ladies, how are
These are
y'all?
Bennett's women, by the way.
So which one of you is about to get engaged?
Me, Caleb.
Caleb.
This is my
So,
friend, Betty Grace.
all right.
Hello.
So tell me about Bennett. What's Bennett's issue? What do you think?
Bennett's about 5'6". No offense, Bennett. 5 foot. No, you're not 5'4". Bennett's about 5'6". Bennett, timid. He has a brother who's 1 year older than him, who's a polar opposite. Gets what he wants, go getter. About to be a pilot in the Air Force. Bennett's the opposite. Babe, you tell him what's wrong with Bennett.
Bennett is a great guy. He just needs to get his life priorities correct a little bit.
You know what I think, Bennett?
he's an
Hey, what
attractive
is your
guy.
name? What is your name?
My name is Betty Grace.
All right, Betty Grace. I think what Bennett needs is a slump buster. I'm just going to be honest. I think he needs a slump buster. I think he just needs to, like sometimes you just go up there and you just start swinging, and you're going to hit something, and then after that you can start having more plate discipline. But right now's the time to just let it all go.
Oh, I totally agree. But his last girlfriend, none of us were fond of her. She was kind of a terrible person.
Was she hot?
No.
No.
Okay, fine.
She also dated my brother. It was so weird. I couldn't
So-
look you in the eye for 2 weeks.
Honestly, Bennett can only go up from here. But, he doesn't need to date anyone like that other girl again because we all hated her.
Yeah.
Someone said your name was made up in the chat.
Yeah, they think that we're all just like we're putting on a front. We're not real.
All right. Well, listen. Happy New Year to you guys. Y'all stay safe out there tonight. Be careful.
Happy New Year. Hope you and the family have a good one, Neal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's a lot there. There's a lot to dissect from that call. I know I missed some super chats. Frank Webb and some others. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's a lot to keep up with. I've got go grind. I can't put that in the stream. YouTube flagged your your message, but I get to see it and I got a kick out of it. So that was funny. I'm watching Pelicans and Thunder actually tonight, which is really weird as a longtime Thunder fan to see Steven Adams playing against the Thunder. It's a strange look. Yeah, he needs a slump buster. He's thinking too hard. He is. He's absolutely thinking too hard. He's given this way too much thought. Needs to just he's out looking for commitment right now, and he's not ready for that. That's my opinion. Michael Adderholt says I could go for a good drinks and game of spades. I don't know how to play spades. Missouri Rebel says, "Hey Neal, what do you think of the Darvish deal?" I hate it. I hate the Darvish deal. It screams, just a financial move on the part of the Cubs. They got 4 young kids out of it. They got Kyle Davies, who's a free agent at the end of the year, and they gave up Darvish. They ate some of his salary. I think I just don't like the deal at all. But I saw where you Darvish today got emotional talking about leaving the Cubs and leaving the fan base and all that stuff. And I was a big Darvish guy. I still am. So it'll be real easy for me to sort of adopt the team this year. Between them getting Blake Snell and Darvish, 2 of my favorite players in baseball, it'll be kind of easy to sort of adopt the Padres because the Cubs are going to suck. The thing about the Cubs is they're in a division where everybody else is bailing too. The Cardinals aren't doing anything. The Reds are unloading people. Like they're probably going to lose Trevor Bauer, almost certainly. The Pirates are horrible. They just traded Josh Bell. They're going to actually be worse. And who am I missing? Milwaukee. Milwaukee, they haven't done anything. They're going to take a step back. Someone's got to win the Central. It's like by default. I don't know who I'd pick right now. I guess I'd pick the Brewers, I think. I think the Brewers are slightly better than the Cubs and slightly better than the Cardinals, and I think the Cubs and the Cardinals are sort of the same team. Like neither one's particularly good. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. Pittsburgh's not good enough to win the division. Cincinnati without Bauer is just an average team, and they traded Raciel Iglesias, so they're unloading salary. They sort of picked the weird year to make a run. To their credit, the year that they picked, when they did it, they didn't think there was going to be a pandemic, and now there's a pandemic, and you know, I get it. I guess if you're going to unload, what's interesting with the Cubs is they're not done unloading people. They've got to make a decision on Chris Bryant. They've got to make a decision on Javi Baez. They've got to make a decision on Anthony Rizzo. They're going to lose people for sure. Hey, who's this?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, who we have?
Kevin from Birmingham.
Hey, Kevin, what's up, man?
Just enjoying the New Year's Eve, and I'm going to watch and make sure that 2020 goes away because it's been horrible.
What's been the one good thing you took out of 2020?
That January and February wasn't so bad.
What do you do for a living?
I work at a bank.
So, yeah, it was a tough year.
But mid-March, everyone in the world just went crazy, and, you know, no one in sight. But, you know, like I said, I'm okay. Could be worse.
Hey, hang tight with me real quick, Kevin. Hey, Carson Adderholt, Camden Adderholt. I'm a real person. Hello, Happy New Year. Hope you had a great Christmas. Be nice to your dad. Mind. All right, I'm sorry, Kevin.
That's all right, man. You're wearing a hat, so I want you to pretend that it's a Swami hat. And look into your crystal ball.
Okay.
Next year, does college football go back to 12 games, or is conference play here to stay? And will they have stadium capacity more than 15, 20%?
Yeah, so if you made me bet, and I'd want to hedge a little, but if you made me bet, I would bet that, yes, it goes back to 12 games, that stadiums are at least 75% capacity.
Okay.
Everybody that I talk to who knows what they're talking about is pretty confident that this spring might get rough and that all that, but that the vaccine is going to be distributed by June, and that's going to be a game changer by the time August rolls around. That's what everybody I trust says. So yeah.
I've heard the same things, but I just know how, you know, with the blink of an eye, they can change the CDC, and your local government can say, you know, we're going to keep it this way for a while, or the commissioners can say, we're going to keep it with conference play, keep it simple, and, you know, all that. So,
I mean, I
didn't mind it.
No, the coaches don't like it.
Right.
You know, so I don't think you'll see that. And look, some of these schools, you know, the ULMs, the UABs, those kind of those kinds. They need those pay games. They need to go play Tennessee and Florida and Ole Miss and Oklahoma. Yeah. They need to play those games.
I'm about that, and there's 3 games a year that you dread watching, and you know you have that one game at the beginning of the year, but the rest of them will just give somebody $1 million for a practice. But I don't know. I just hope that things get back to normal, so-called normal. You know, we can, you know, fill the stadiums, have fun, no artificial crowd noise, tailgating. You know, I don't like it for a lot, but I just wish that next year things are some semblance of what it used to be.
All right, Kevin, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Take care, man, and Happy New Year.
You too.
Bye.
I could hear him. You guys couldn't hear. I know what you mean. His voice was kind of muffled, but that's okay. I appreciated the sentiment of his call. Been a hard year for people. 2020 has been a tough year. I've actually the end of 2020 has been pretty good to me. You guys hear me okay? Does my voice sound okay? I don't know whether I need to go into settings and try to fix sound or whatnot. Let's see. RB Hankins asked about spring practice. I don't know. I kind of have my doubts about spring practice, if I'm honest. Caller, hang tight real quick. I'll get to you in a second. People talk about spring practice. I think what's going to come with spring practice is you're going to see the NCAA, who has been pretty amenable to change over the course of this pandemic. I think you're going to see them allow coaches to do some things over the course of the summer that includes a kind of an NFL style, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a mini camp, OTA, that type thing, rather than a traditional spring practice where you get everybody together in April and you got to do all this testing stuff. I think they're going to punt, if you will, to June and July and give coaches and programs more latitude in that regard, and let people have a traditional fall camp. That's my guess. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, so be it. Hey, who do we have?
This is Murphy.
Hey, Murphy, what's up, man?
Pretty good. I do have one question for chat first. Chat, can you hear me? And do I sound good?
You guys let Murphy know how he sounds. You sound good to me.
Yeah, you said that about the last person, so I'm just making sure.
No, it might have just been his voice was super deep.
Yeah, mine's not that deep. But I do have one question.
Okay.
Did you watch the video by Brandon Walker right after the bowl or the bowl fight happened?
No, tell me about it.
Oh my God, he was trying to defend the fight, saying that it was a part of football. He acted as though Malik Heath tried to accidentally step on that player for Tulsa, and he was trying to say that it was just part of it was a football play.
Yeah, come on. That's got to be his shtick, right? There's no way that he thinks that. There's nothing about that game, and I'll say this too. It's not just Mississippi State; it's Tulsa also. If you're associated with one of those two programs, you're embarrassed tonight.
100%.
That can't happen. That doesn't happen. I mean, look, I've covered heated rivalries. I covered Auburn for 6 years as a beat writer. Auburn, Alabama is a heated rivalry. I've never seen anything even resembling anything close to that at one of those games. I've covered Auburn, Georgia. I've covered Ole Miss, LSU. I've covered Florida State. I covered Miami, Florida State, for God's sake. I mean, I've covered big games like that. I've covered Georgia, Florida year after year after year back when I was in Mobile. You don't see that. And there's no part of that is a normal part of the game. Because if that was a normal part of the game, people would not love college football. That was disgusting.
From what I'm seeing when it comes to ESPN, Tulsa isn't getting talked about as much. I truly think that since Mississippi State is more of a national brand, I think they're going to get attacked for this more, because even though Mississippi State sucks, and they do, and we did too this year, we did better than last year.
Well, here's the thing.
Are on a bigger stage than Tulsa.
It's definitely some of that, but it's also when
I feel like they're going to get destroyed by ESPN.
They are.
And
Murphy.
Tulsa's going to get a slide.
Well, the other thing about it, look, I'd have to see it again and again and again to notice it, but we were talking about it a little while ago. My daughter Campbell was here. She was getting ready to go babysit, and she'd watched it, and Caroline had some friends over, and they were watching it, and we all came to the same conclusion, which was Mississippi State started it.
Yeah.
You know,
it started before the game too.
It did, and that's what they're known for, is doing that kind of crap before the game. But there was a moment in the fourth quarter of that game. When I said this at the beginning of the show for the people who weren't on at the beginning. Tulsa scored, and they had to get an onside kick to have a chance, right? And so they did the onside kick, and it didn't work, and Errol Thompson blew up a guy on the outside. And the hit itself was questionable because the announcers talked about it. But what wasn't acceptable was Errol Thompson in that moment. The guy is on the ground, clearly hurt and in pain, and Errol Thompson kind of nudges him, and then he stands over him and he's jawing and he's acting like a punk. And right in front of the Tulsa sideline, and I said to myself watching that, this is going to get ugly at the end. And then when it didn't immediately get ugly at the end, I was sort of surprised. And I was in another room, and I heard the announcer say, we're going back to Fort Worth. And I went, oh, God, it happened. And I walked in there, and I was like, oh, my God, there it is. That was the moment that if you want to say what instigated that, that's what instigated that. Errol Thompson did that to their teammate right in front of their bench, and they had a minute and a half while State ran the clock out, downing the ball a couple of times. They had a minute and a half to stew on it. And when those two teams got at midfield, they said we're gonna settle it right here, right now. I was not surprised at all. And so when there's no question who started the fight, it was Errol Thompson started the fight.
Yeah, someone did a 4-minute review of how the fight happened, and they went pregame. It was exactly Errol Thompson instigating it at the beginning and at the end, and for that final tackle, where the dude ended up on the ground. I feel like it's him and Malik Heath. If they don't get
Malik Heath
hit by
Malik Heath has to get
Leach, I feel like they're going to lose that locker room. He may have just gained the locker room by standing up for him.
I guess.
That crap.
I don't know. I got to tell you. I got to be honest. If Malik Heath is in my football program today, he's not in my football program tomorrow. I could not allow
Neal,
that. I could not allow that to happen in my program.
In the end zone, shouldn't he be more of a? Shouldn't he have his scholarship taken away for that?
No, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I know that's the whole State thing. And look, what Elijah did was bad. He apologized for it, and Ole Miss apologized for it, and all of those things. But that's completely different from kicking someone in the face. And then they had the kid for Tulsa that got badly kind of injured there at the end. He's down at the ground and they're stomping on him and stuff. I mean, listen, we can all make jokes about it, but people can get seriously hurt in something like that. And when people are slinging helmets, those helmets, man, for those of you who've never played football or never touched a football helmet, those things they're kind of hard. You could hurt somebody.
Don't forget about that dog pile where a Tulsa player did something and then ended up with 10 State players pounding on him, with fists and helmets.
That's what I was talking about. That kid
bodies, like trying to recover a fumble. It was
that kid got terrible. Hurt. Yeah, it was an awful look. It was a terrible look. And listen, I said this at the beginning of the show. If I'm Greg Sankey, I mean, I'm having a conversation. If I'm Greg Sankey, I don't like Mike Leach's initial response. And I might give Mike Leach the benefit of the doubt until he has a chance to really look into what happened. But if I'm Greg Sankey, I'm bothered by what happened that night. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen anywhere else. It can't happen anywhere else. That cannot happen in your program. I would say that if Ole Miss had done that today, I would be saying that today. That cannot happen in your program. It just cannot happen. It's a terrible, terrible look. It can't happen, and when it does happen, there must be repercussions.
Yeah, Mark is saying it's like the EMCC brawl. It's exactly like that. So if they don't get slammed like they do, and in just a fraction of a sense, because they're not losing a national championship.
But
oh my God, this is bad.
Right, you expect that. When if I tell you that happens in a junior college game, you're not particularly surprised, right? Because there's a different standard. When I tell you that happens to an SEC program,
yeah,
I mean. It just doesn't happen. It can't happen. It cannot happen. And when it does, there must be repercussions. Things must happen, and we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to jump on Greg Sankey today. It happened on New Year's Eve, and there's stuff going on, but he's got to do something. He's got some time. I mean, if it takes him 2 weeks, that's fine. But something's got to happen. You've got to make sure that everyone understands that that's not acceptable for a member institution in your program.
All right. What a way to end 2020.
Yeah, crazy. Hey, thanks, Murphy. Appreciate
you. Taking my call.
Happy New Year. That was nuts. But I wasn't surprised. If you were watching that game at all, and I wasn't even watching the game, people have told me that it happened all game long. I didn't see any of the game until late third quarter, and then I was only kind of partially watching it. But every time I looked at it, stuff was happening constantly, both sides. Tulsa was chippy too. You could tell that game was emotional. Casey Smith, thank you so much for the super chat. It's very kind of you. Really appreciate it. So yeah, tell me some things when you call in. Love to hear from you. Tell me some things that you looking forward to? What gives you optimism about 2021? Hey, who do we have?
Hey, David in Georgia.
Hey, David, what's up? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Neal. Thanks for another great year that you guys gave us this year. Just keeping our hopes up that we were actually going to get a football season. But going to what I was going to say, I don't think that there is anybody on Twitter that can stir up a fan base with one word like you can. That was hilarious, man. I mean, when I read that tweet, I was like, this is like troll level 100,000. Just one word, and the whole damn place went berserk.
They don't like me very much, David.
I appreciate that. That's going to help me ring in the new year on a good note. So.
They don't like me much over there. Although, David, I must say, I mean, if I have to brag a little, they were number 8 in our list of top 10 markets in the last month. So,
imagine that.
We've got a listenership over there in the Golden Triangle.
Yeah, well, you got to follow somebody that's actually worth a crap. And that idiot they got over there with the dreadlocks is just a moron. He writes more about Ole Miss than he does State.
Yeah, he writes books.
He's got 3 of them, actually.
He's an author now. It's like John Grisham and him.
Oh, Lord.
So what are you
calm down a little bit.
What are you looking forward to in 2021? What makes you optimistic about 2021?
Well, I was telling my wife back several months ago that if Biden were to win the presidency, that COVID would disappear. So I'm kind of looking forward to COVID disappearing. And I know that if Trump would have won, it's just my belief. There's a lot of folks out there that might disagree with me. If Trump would have won re-election, that we would have had 4 more years of COVID. So I'm happy that that's going to be gone. Looking forward to baseball season. Hopefully we'll actually be able to go to games.
Yeah.
Not sure about that, though.
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like. At first, I don't think it's going to be very good at first. I have some hope that by the end of the season, as the vaccine has been distributed, that people are going to be allowed a little more. What's the word I'm looking for? A little more leniency.
A little more leeway.
Yeah, a little more leeway is the word I'm looking for. I think early on, it's not going to be anything resembling what Ole Miss baseball fans are used to seeing at Swayze. I think it's going to be pretty tight in February and March. I really do.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens, but. I was just calling in to say that, and hey, man, have a great Happy New Year, and we'll talk to you later.
Happy New Year to you too, David. Thanks for the call.
Bye.
But I hope not. I'm going to try to be optimistic. I hope people get to go to the games. It's a big part of, frankly, it's a big part of Oxford. It's a big part of the culture here. The weekends in April and May when people go out to Swayze and the families pack the left field area and they take picnics and throw a few pops in the cooler, and the kids play on the playground, and they have a built-in babysitter, and in right field it's more of a party for the students and stuff. And I think that's one of the neat things about that is that kind of like almost on those days there's almost 3 or 4 different stadiums all in one. It's one of the things that's kind of cool. So hopefully we get that back. I think Ole Miss is going to be a really talented baseball team, a team that has a chance to make a real run, and hopefully people can enjoy it. And it's part of the fun. I don't know about you guys, but I have a hard time watching some of these games in empty stadiums. And I don't think college baseball resonates into empty stadiums. College baseball is supposed to be an emotional game. It's supposed to be played in front of crowded places in Baton Rouge and Starkville and Oxford and Columbia, South Carolina, and College Station. It's supposed to be that. That's what it's meant to be. It's meant to be beer showers in right field and all of that stuff. That's what makes it fun. So hopefully we get that. No doubt we won't get it initially, but maybe we get it over the course of time. Let's see. I've got a call here. I'll take this one. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neal, it's Mark. How are you today?
Hey, Mark, I'm great. Happy New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year to you. I'm good. It's raining down here.
Where are you?
Down in Jackson.
Okay.
Bringing in the new year. My daughter is is out of town with her grandparents, but my son's here. We just had a little surf and turf dinner, and my 12-year-old son, 7th grade son, claims he's going to stay up till midnight, and my wife and I have informed him that he will be doing so alone because that's just too hard to do these days.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I made it to midnight on a New Year's Eve. It's been years.
I've made it to midnight London time. That's about it.
Let's see. It's 8:09 here, so we got a little less than 3 hours on the East Coast. I've got a shot, an outside shot at an East Coast ring in, and a much lesser shot at a Central Time Zone ring in. But we'll see. Who knows?
So on hand raised guys ringing it in Eastern Time.
If people keep calling, I'll stay. As long as people call, I'll stay. I'm not going to do an hour-long monologue in the middle of the night. No, but if people call, man, I'll stay. Sure, absolutely.
Well, I had to share with you the column that you wrote today. Your year in review inspired me to bring up when we were eating dinner just a minute ago, kind of talking to my son and to my wife about what moments throughout the year that we'll never be able to forget. Kind of you talked about the Rudy Gobert moment, Campbell coming home from school and finding out right when she was home, and each of us had our own different moments, and they're really poignant. And many of the moments throughout the year moved my emotions to tears. And, almost happened. We were sitting at the dinner table just talking about it earlier. So it's kind of cool that some of the things that you do can come into the kitchen tables of some of the folks that listen to you and allow for those kind of moments to happen. So I thought I'd share that with you.
Well, thanks. I kind of get choked up thinking about it. It's I think it's been one of those years, where you think about all sorts of different things, stuff that you take for granted over the course of time. I mean, I always, Caroline's a Chargerette. This was her 4th year to compete in the state championships. I didn't go her freshman year. I didn't go her sophomore year. I didn't go her junior year. And I kept telling myself, well, I'll go her senior year. And that whole week was touch and go. Like the whole week she was texting her friends like, hey, make sure you're sitting out in the hall in class. Don't sit in class. Sit out in the hall. And to their credit, a lot of the teachers at Oxford High School let them because they were everything was kind of going a little crazy there. They were having a little breakout of COVID there at the school. And she was like, don't get contact traced where you can't go. And they were supposed to leave for Jackson on Thursday. And they were going to have a practice at OHS and then leave. But Oxford High School the quarantine thing was going wild that day. And so they were in this group text of get off campus, get off campus. We're not going to practice, get off campus. And I thought, these are the things that you take for granted. You take for granted that it's just going to be a normal year where you practice and you have your showcase and then you go down and you spend the night and you do the stuff at the hotel. And they had to the credit of the athletics director at Oxford, Mike Martin, he let them go spend the night in a hotel, which was, it's a cool thing when you're in high school to go spend a night in a hotel with your teammates and all of that. And those were things that you took for granted and you didn't take them for granted that night. And, I talked about, as you read, I talked about like Carson getting to have his middle school season resume because they played 1 or 2 games and then it got paused because Oxford Middle School had a breakout and they shut them down for a week. And so they stopped practicing and just the stuff that in previous years in my life and your life and everybody's life that we didn't think about. We didn't think about middle school soccer practice.
In fact, we felt burdened sometimes.
Absolutely.
By some of the things we had to do.
Absolutely.
And
yep.
And it's so different now. You said a little bit of it in your piece and you've talked about it on the podcast. Your son is, I think, maybe 1 grade older than mine. And I've never cared a lot about the NBA, but I really lost my taste for it when they resumed play earlier in the year with a lot of the things that they were doing. But I made myself just kind of hang out with my son because he didn't care about all the political statements that they were making and all of the agendas that they were pushing. He just cared that, the people that he sees on Instagram and that he loves watching were back on TV. And I had to engage with him. I went upstairs with him tonight for an hour and watched him play 2K, and he, he came downstairs. It was kind of funny. My little girl plays a silly game on her iPad, and my son loves to play 2K. And he walked downstairs because we had engaged for about an hour. He goes, "That game's better than Roblox, isn't it? That's better than what Elizabeth plays. You like that better, right?" I was like, "Man, I love anything that makes my kids happy.
Absolutely.
I'll spend time with you if it makes you happy." And some of the things you've said throughout the year have made me think, an extra second, extra minute to spend that time. So,
well, hey, man,
you're doing good.
Well, I'll tell you what, I had some bad moments too this year. I mean, there were some really bad moments. We had some rough times when there were times when I just did not think, where I kind of wished I didn't know as many people as I do, and some of the calls that I had with people in June and July, and especially early August when the tone just got bad, and people were like, "Hey, I don't think there's going to be a football season." And I'll never forget it. A person who knew was like, "And if there's no football season, there's no nothing." I'm like, "What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's no nothing?"
There's
I
nothing.
thought. I kind of get a chill thinking about it now. Like, if there'd been no football season, we're not sitting here having this show right now. What would we be talking about? And it's why, over the course of the year, I know everybody gets crazy, and Will Muschamp gets fired, and Gus Malzahn gets fired, and Derek Mason gets fired.
You lost that bet for sure.
I lost that one for sure, but thank goodness we had a season. That's the one thing I kind of walk away from every single day over the course of the fall, and people in my house will vouch for this. I've just been so glad there was a game to write about, a game to look back on, something to have, because I think it was a lot closer to nothing than people think, and it's why I'll always, no matter what you think of Greg Sankey, I'll always say this for Greg Sankey. There was a 48-hour period there in August where the pressure was on him to cancel, and he didn't do it. He stood his ground, and he said, "Hey, we might have to cancel, but we're not canceling now." And he deserves it.
You know what, though? And there were people, and not many of them were as visible as what Sankey and the SEC did, but there were people all over the country that made those types of decisions. I mean, I think about the school that my kids are in here in town, and, we go to a private school in Jackson, but they did similar things, just without the fanfare and without all the publicity. But my kids went to school in person every day from, the beginning of this fall semester until Christmas ended, and they're set to go back on Monday. And that school has done everything that they can. Now, they've got a vested interest in it because people got to cut them checks to go to school, and I get that. But, they have bent over backwards. And I can remember times early in the process, my son plays football and basketball and wasn't able to ride buses and do the kind of things that folks typically are able to do. And you kind of want to gripe about it, but then you're like, man, they're doing everything they can to just make it work.
Yeah, and the people that did do everything they can deserve eternal gratitude, because not everybody everywhere did everything they could. And,
And all the people that made all the different things happen deserve a ton of credit, because, sure, Greg Sankey had a financial interest in it. My kid's school had a financial interest in it. But at the end of the day, the maybe the financial interests they had were also aligned with the best interests of the people they were serving.
Yep.
And it did tons of good for everybody that was benefited by those decisions.
Yeah, I agree completely. Hey, Happy New Year, Mark. Thanks for the call.
All right, be good.
You too. In case anyone's wondering, the Pelicans and the Thunder getting started in the third quarter. Pelicans up 9. Yeah, nice little team in New Orleans. I like their team. They're up 9 over the Thunder. Zion Williamson just got a rebound. 11:30 to go, third quarter in that one. Are there any bowl games on the night? I know it was supposed to be Arkansas and TCU in the Texas Bowl. That game got COVIDed. I know that's an issue. I did feel bad for the Arkansas kids because they did not go home for the holidays, my understanding. That's what Campbell said. They stayed up there. So they lost their Christmas with their families, They were literally getting ready to board the buses to the airport to go to Houston when they found out the game was canceled. That sucks. Whether you love Arkansas, hate Arkansas, or don't care one way or the other, you got to admit that sucks. That's horrible. Hey, who do we have? Hey, who's this?
It's Gron.
Hey, Gron, I hear you. What's up, man? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. How you doing?
I am
Everything
good.
going good up there?
Everything is going good. We're, a little over 3.5 hours away from being able to say we survived 2020. That's good. Right now, that's a good thing.
Yeah, you ain't lying about that, man. You was not lying about that.
How's everything in Mobile?
I'm just thankful that. Well, I'm actually in Birmingham now.
Okay.
I've been in Birmingham for probably about 10 days or so. I came up here to see family.
Oh, good. Okay.
Man, Birmingham is gonna be crazy as hell tomorrow. Ain't Bama playing tomorrow?
Yep. Bama plays tomorrow. Bama, Notre Dame. Birmingham will be nuts.
These goddamn Gumps, man. Dude, man, I don't know if they do it anymore because I haven't been up here. But every time for an SEC championship or for a national championship or for a playoff game in the neighborhood I just stay in, every time, Alabama won a game, they'll come out and the whole neighborhood, it's like a chant or something. I don't know if they got a group message, but they all come out screaming Roll Tide and all that stuff, man. It's like, oh my goodness. It's like the village of the Gumps. I don't know. This little neighborhood that I stay in and whatnot.
Which part of Birmingham are you in?
The Charleston area close to Trussville.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Birmingham is really a big Alabama city, and
yeah.
you know that.
Oh yeah,
you worked here and all that.
We lived in Birmingham for a couple years. My wife Laura is from Birmingham, so we got lots of ties to Birmingham. Birmingham's a cool town. It's changed a lot since we left, though. It's gotten a lot bigger since we left. We left in '99 and went to Mobile.
Ooh, yeah.
It's a totally different place than it was in the late '90s.
It's huge, man. Man, listen to yesterday's podcast, man. It sounds like people putting a little heat on Kermit. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, it's funny. I was having this conversation with people today. This is a thing, like, where fans lose it over one game. Now, in fairness, I do think it's fair.
Okay.
I do think it's fair for Ole Miss fans to look at what's going on the court and say there might be some bad evaluations that have happened. Not just one or two, because everybody gets one or two, but there might have been multiple bad evaluations. And if you are concerned about something with Ole Miss basketball, that's fair. If what your concern is, gosh, we got blown out at Alabama, that's not particularly fair because, frankly, and Chase said this yesterday on the show, he's right, Coleman Coliseum has been a house of horrors for Ole Miss basketball. Good teams, bad teams, average teams. It's just been a place where Ole Miss goes to die for whatever reason. So I'm not going to judge any team any more than I'm going to judge Auburn on the way that they played against Arkansas, because actually I think Arkansas is really good. But I'm not going to judge any team off one game. I'm going to give them a little bit more of a body of work than that. But Ole Miss struggles to score. It's pretty obvious that's going to be part of their problem. And in this league, and yesterday I watched Auburn and Arkansas, and I watched some of Missouri and Tennessee. Tennessee's legitimately good. Arkansas's I think Arkansas is on the cusp of being a legitimately good team. I like Auburn's team; they're athletic. I like LSU's team. I mean, there's a bunch of good teams.
That's what I was going to say with us. Like, okay, look, if you had to compare, I'm not sure what hold the Ole Miss basketball program was in when Kermit took it over, because I was going to compare it to the Auburn, situation when Bruce took over Auburn. Like, it took Bruce 3 years. Like, I want to say Bruce went 15-20, then he went 11-20, then he went 18-14, and then the year after that he went 28-6, and it just popped, or 26-8, and it just popped. And that's why, I don't think, I'm not sure, history-wise, how different the Ole Miss basketball program is, from Auburn's. But, as Auburn fans, we just, all right, Bruce, we're going to give you time. And I know the situation is different and all that stuff.
Yeah, so what Kermit inherited from Andy Kennedy was he inherited a roster that had 3 guards. He had Terrence Davis, Breon Tyree, and Devontae Shuler. And Kermit did a really good job. He did a great job in his first year with those 3 guys. And he had a few pieces here and there otherwise, but it was basically those 3 guards. And then, of course, Terrence Davis graduated, went to the NBA. And then last year, he just had Breon and Devontae, and they basically became so reliant on Breon Tyree because nobody else could score. And when Breon lit it up for 30-something, they won. When he didn't, they didn't. And that's a lot to ask of one player. Hey, do this night after night after night after night. He's not Kevin Durant, for God's sake. And so, he couldn't – when he didn't do that, you could tell. And this year, there's no – obviously, TD's been gone for 2 years. Now Breon's gone. And it's Devontae Shuler, and now they got some other pieces. They went out and got Romello White from Arizona State, who was really good against Alabama. So they're better in the post than they've been in the past, but they don't have consistent shooters. And in this league, man, when you can't shoot
shooters,
it, you got to
have somebody that can get you a bucket.
That's right, because everybody in the league has people who can score, and everybody in the league has athletes, and so you're not just gonna be a python in this league. When I say that, you probably know what I mean. You're not just going to choke a team to death over the course of 40 minutes.
You don't think Kermit can do what old buddy in Virginia's doing in the SEC?
Probably not. I mean, that guy's recruited at a little higher level than anybody's ever recruited at Ole Miss.
Yeah, but I feel you'll see where Virginia's getting good play, but I don't necessarily see them have they. I know they got one guy. I want to say either last year or the year before, but I don't think they're just loading up their rosters, with those type of guys like Duke and North Carolina, are they?
No, they're not.
And
they're not.
And I know Virginia is still able to get a slightly better caliber of player than Ole Miss can, and I know that, but I think but overall the ACC is a better basketball league than the SEC. So just looking at it comparative-wise, that was just something I was just thinking about.
Well, they're close on some guys. Like, they're really close on Brandon Huntley-Hatfield. They're super close on him. Hey, UPS Shaggy, I'll get to you in a second. I'll get an address to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. They're close on him. It's just a break. You know how it is. I mean, you have to break through in recruiting. And once you get one, you get more. I think Deshaun Ruffin's a big get for them. You're familiar with him. At one point, he was committed to Auburn. He can score. Yeah, he's a little short. There's some issues there, but the dude can score. And
Hey, and I'm gonna tell you this: Bruce Pearl don't go after dudes that can't score.
Exactly.
Hey,
right.
If you can't score, Bruce Pearl ain't gonna come for you.
Right. And so and Ole Miss has a freshman named Matthew Morrell, who I think is going to be a really good player. You can see it happening now, but. So the other night was his first SEC game. He's played 7 games in general. There's a lot. You're asking a lot of someone like that. Hey, go carry us. Go get us 20. And what Ole Miss's problem right now is when Devontae Shuler can't make buckets consistently, they don't have anybody else that can. So they got to get that solved. And it might not happen this year. It might take them. It might take a minute. And you're right. It took Bruce a little while at Auburn, and it might take Kermit. It might take Kermit a little while at Ole Miss. I think one of the things that happened with Kermit at Ole Miss was he got in the tournament in year 1, and they played so well, and it was exciting. And I think people thought, well, here we go, and they didn't understand that. No, it's still going to be a process.
Yeah, and I mean, just my only message to Ole Miss fans is just which is the same message Auburn fans had to each other, was just like, man, look around. Like when Bruce was struggling, look at it, we've never won anything. So who are we to now just place this, this type of expectation on this new coach just because of what his resume is? Let him do his thing and let him lay his foundation, because we've never been a program that won anything. And that was just my thing on that. And I was just gonna say, man, with college football, it's just the bowls. I don't know, man. They just feel so meaningless, right now. It's just only thing that I took away from this bowl season is that, man, I don't know about Dan Mullen. And, I know earlier in the offseason when I asked you and Chase, who do you think will last longer at their schools, Dan Mullen at Florida, Kirby at Georgia, and you guys both had said, "Dan, I don't know, man."
Yeah, I'd like to change my answer right now. I'd like a do-over. Yeah, I might go to the professor right now and see if I can't curb my score. I got issue. I was on medicine that day. Their close to their season was not good. The LSU loss and then
Gus Malzahn type. Yeah.
Whew, that was I didn't even watch it, but I heard the score and then I heard people tell me about it and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, and man, he's gonna be in for something. I'm gonna go ahead and hang up, let other people call in, but I'm gonna get it off the air. Give us your SEC West football predictions, and SEC East football predictions. We ain't gonna hold you to it. It's just some going into the new year.
Okay.
And man, I appreciate everything you did for us in 2020, man. I'm looking forward to 2021 with you guys.
Well, we appreciate all the calls that you made and being a part of our community. And good luck to your Tigers tomorrow. I know it doesn't matter at all. But, it's a completely meaningless game. Man. Yeah,
Northwestern, Northeastern, I don't give a we be playing whoever.
Yeah, I watch Northwestern a good bit. They are. I'll tell you this about Northwestern. They deliver the same product week after week after week. They're very consistent. So I sort of know what I'll get from Northwestern tomorrow. I have no idea what I'll get from Auburn tomorrow. So. Who knows?
I don't know either because Anthony Swartz is out, Jamie Sherwood is out, Christian Tutt is out, and I'm hearing Tank Bisbee is in COVID protocol. So I don't know what we're going to be looking like tomorrow either.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I were Brian Harsin, Tank wouldn't play tomorrow.
Yeah, I can see you. I see where you're coming from on that.
I mean,
it's meaningless game.
It's meaningless, and I would look at the Derek King deal and go, hey, you know what? His ankle hurts. His ankle has COVID. Yeah.
All right, man.
All right, Grind. Thanks.
Yeah.
So my early SEC predictions. I mean, in the West, I'd go Alabama 1. I think 2's wide open. I think 2, 3, and 4 is some combination of 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a mix. Texas A&M, Auburn, Ole Miss, LSU. I think Arkansas is probably 6th. Mississippi State is 7th. They might be reversed. That could go any different way, I guess. That sounds like a cop-out. I want to see what happens in the grad transfer market. I think Ole Miss is going to be a much better team. I think Auburn has all the makings of a really solid team. A&M's got to replace Kellen Mond, but look, they've recruited at a really high level 3-4 years in a row, so they're going to be there. And LSU's got talent. I'm going to see what they do at quarterback and that kind of thing, what they do at coordinators. I'll talk about the East in a minute. I'm not even sure. I think it's Georgia and then an absolute mess after that. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, guys, this is Mark from D.C. again.
Hey, Mark.
How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
Good. First of all, I want to say Grind is awesome. I love when he calls in. He is. I think I should have a weekly segment with Grind. He's legit. So my question is, how would you grade Lane Kiffin in his first year? Offense. I mean, obviously, me personally, I would give him probably an A to A-. Defense. Based on talent alone. I mean, Ole Miss has no talent on defense. I mean, we are just depleted everywhere. I mean, I'd probably give it maybe a C-. Special teams. I mean, you look at our opponent. I mean, Mac Brown is probably one of the better opponents in the SEC, and Luke Logan is just But I just kind of want to hear what you think, what you would give the grades on offense, defense, and special teams.
Oh, I mean, I'd give the offense an A. I mean, they lit the country up. I'd give the defense – I'd give it a D, and the only reason I wouldn't give it an F is because there's no talent. I mean, I don't know what anybody expected. You know what I mean? They lost good players off of a bad defense, and did not.
They did, but I mean, you look at. I mean, there were so many people that are out of position. I mean, you look at last year's defense. I mean, granted, they had 3 NFL players, but I mean, 3 NFL players don't make up an entire defense.
No, but I don't know what they could have done this year. I mean, and look, I've talked to some football people who tell me that they could have done more things with alignment and that kind of thing. And I'll take their word for it. I just think when you're undersized and you're not particularly athletic, that's a terrible combination when you're playing a 10-game SEC schedule.
Okay, so let me ask this. So what do you expect for Ole Miss's defense next year?
Well, I think they're going to have a little bit of a talent infusion. I think they're going to bring in some players. They're going to be young in some spots. I think they'll be better. I'm not a big believer that you go from awful to super. I think that's unrealistic. I think they can go from awful to adequate.
So like top 70, top 2/3 of the SEC, or top maybe like 10th in the SEC instead of 14th?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And then, and look, offensively, here's the question. You got to replace Elijah Moore. I mean, that's a lot to replace.
Well, I mean, we didn't have Elijah Moore against LSU. We still put up 48.
It's a great point. Put up 48, turning the ball over 5 times.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, and and you're going to keep Ely. Parrish is going to be back. I think they're bringing in a transfer or two that are going to be impactful on that side of the ball. I think Ole Miss is going to be an elite offensive team again. And I think.
So, how much stock do you put in, like John Rice Plumlee playing like a slot? Obviously, he's not going to play quarterback. Got it. I'm tracking that, and I don't want him to play quarterback. He's not a good quarterback. But
I mean,
do you think he can actually make a difference in the slot?
I don't know if he can make a difference. The rumor is he's going to play some slot tomorrow or Saturday. And if he does, I guess we'll start to get an idea. He's never done it.
You said it before. I mean, you thought he could be an NFL slot receiver.
Well, I think if you told me that he's going to play in the NFL, I would tell you that he made it as a slot. I just never thought he was going to be an NFL caliber quarterback because he's not.
Well, no, obviously not.
I
mean, he's an NFL athlete for sure.
Yeah, to me,
as far as
that was one of the big signs that something was just terribly wrong with the previous staff, that they kept sticking with that. I looked at it and just kept thinking, what are you doing? I mean, you're basically building around a marketing campaign.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. I mean, you had this likable guy that, I mean, granted, he ran for 1 billion yards against LSU, but against their 3rd and 4th string defense. But, I mean, he can't throw the ball more than 10 yards down the field, and you can't win SEC games like that.
No, you can't, and that's, you saw what the difference having a quarterback who can stretch the field makes, and because Corral can stretch it. That's one of the big things, too, that no one talks about is I expect Matt Corral to make leaps and jumps to next season. He's going to have, for the first time in his college career, he's going to have an off season with the same offense. He's going to have stability. He's going to know he's the guy. It's a completely different deal than anything he's ever had before.
Yeah, and one thing, a lot of people blame Matt Corral for the LSU loss. I mean, 4 of those 5 interceptions really weren't his fault. I mean, look at the first one, that pick 6. I mean, the receivers, I mean, granted, Mingo has been in the system for 2 years now. That was a horrible route by Mingo, and a lot of those guys, they don't even give him a chance to bat it down or even make the catch. I mean, it's a lot of my, especially like friends of mine, is like, oh, Matt Corral's trash. He threw 6 and 5 picks against Arkansas and LSU. Was like, man, have you even watched any games? Matt Corral is probably one of the best quarterbacks in the SEC, like pure talent wise. I mean, he's going to make mistakes, but I mean, come on. I mean, the kid's made his like 10th start against SEC caliber defenses. I mean, this.
Yeah, and there was a lot to ask. There was a lot to ask at LSU when he didn't have Elijah, didn't have Kenny, and then Braylon went down. And listen, Mingo was coming off of COVID and had missed some time. I mean, they weren't exactly sharp that day, and they hadn't played in 3 weeks. And I mean, there was a lot there.
And they still put up 48 points.
Yeah, of course. Hey, Mark, thanks for the call. Happy New Year.
You bet. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Going to the replay booth in Oklahoma City. Roby just got popped in the face on a drive to the basket. I think that's going to get a. It's going to get a little. He's going to get a couple of free throws there. He got. Brandon Ingram got him good. Feels weird not to have a bowl game on television on New Year's Eve. I know there was supposed to be one. It was scheduled. I'd much rather have that on. And I love the NBA, and I like the Thunder. Would have liked for the Thunder to have had people in the stands tonight with Steven Adams coming back. He would have gotten a big ovation. It would have been cool. He was a fan favorite there for years and years. Carson came in today because, you think the Thunder will retire Steven Adams' number? And I was like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, it's fireworks night, and there's rain here tonight too. I always feel sorry for the dogs on nights like this because they lose it. It's got to be scary when they're hearing all the fireworks and they don't really know what the fireworks are about. Rebel 00 says my dog's freaking out right now. Yep, I bet. I don't hear any yet so far. Let's see. I need to catch up on one. UPS Shaggy says you need my address to send me the Clint Hill book. Do you know my email, UPS? If you do, send me an email. I'll get that to you. I mean, I'd put it here in the thread, but probably not the best idea in the world. By the way, I watched a documentary the other day. It wasn't even a documentary. It was a PBS deal. It was at Dealey Plaza. It was on the 7th floor of the School Book Depository, part of the 6th story museum, whatever it's called. And they had Clint Hill and another agent and the woman who wrote that book. They were there doing a show. And some of the details from that weekend, just remarkable. There was really nothing more they could have done. It's crazy. I've studied that assassination for so much. And just listening to that day, windows were open, not a bulletproof car. The path had been publicized in the newspaper. No top on the car, windows open all up and down several streets. There was no way they could have checked them all. Yeah, you can message me on RG. I'll be happy to give you my address. I'd appreciate the book. I've read lots of books. I've not read that one, actually, the one that I think you're talking about. I would enjoy it. Phone line's open. If anybody wants to call in, I'll stay with you guys as long as y'all want to make calls. Call in, let me know what you found, what you learned in 2020. What sticks out to you? Give me a positive from 2020. Yeah, and Small Time says it was not a hard shot. It was an easy shot. It was a really close shot. If you've never been to Dealey Plaza and you've never been to the 6th floor, when you go and you look at the shot and you realize the trees are much taller today than they were in November 1963, you realize what an easy shot that was with the scope. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's Mark Columbus. How you doing, Neal?
I'm good. How are you? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah. Got a football program that kneecapped its own coach. Got a fan base that wants to bring somebody unhireable in. I'm just loving life.
What are they saying in Columbus about the Buckeyes?
I don't think they're super confident. They're really fired up to play because Dabo kind of ran his mouth, and
he has talked a lot.
They're 0-4 against Clemson all time, and I don't know. I saw them playing the Big Ten. If Fields' thumb isn't 100%, they don't have a chance. And their defense isn't as good. I mean, you lose Chase Young, their defense isn't going to be as good. He covers up a lot of sins on the back end, and I think they're going to get carved up. But
so what are your Vols going to do?
The place is so toxic. I'm sorry. The politics there, the booster culture, the administration. Nick Saban could go in there and not win. I mean,
he would go in and win because he would eliminate the booster culture.
Oh, absolutely. But it's just the program stinks far worse than the last 3 guys they've hired. I think. I mean, Pruitt's, he's kind of a disaster behind the scenes. I think he's in over his head being a CEO of a program. He's a really good defensive coach. All he wants to do is coach ball. But coaching ball is 5% of being an SEC head coach.
Unless you have the right people around you to let you just coach ball, and I don't think he does. Yeah.
That's what I thought he was going to have when, Heavy was just put there as athletic director. I thought Heavy would handle all that and let Pruitt just coach, but I don't know. It's a mess. It's a real mess. They think everybody says he's going to get fired on the 30th of December. They're waiting. And I'm like, no, they're not. There's nobody to hire.
So
Auburn hired like their third or fourth choice, and South Carolina hired a last name. Who's going to come to Tennessee? Hugh. No, he's not, people. Stop it.
I was going to ask, what is the word there about Hugh Freeze right now?
Oh, my God. I'm trying to poison the waters as much as I can because I don't want them. And I'm like public enemy number one because calling shows and we don't want this guy. He's unhireable in this league. And
is Basilio still beating the Freeze drum?
No, he's come off a little bit because of all the tweeting that Freeze has been doing. He's just God, it's a red flag like crazy. He's like,
I tried to tell him.
Up here.
I told him.
He get totally swallowed up here. But they're so desperate, like we're so far down the ladder that what's the difference if we fall? I mean, what's the difference between being 3-7 and 2-10? There's no difference.
There is no difference. That's what I said about Ole Miss when they hired Kiffin. When there were people like, well, it's a big risk. I'm like, well, you're 4-8 right now. What's the difference? And they're like, well, we could be Arkansas. And so there's no difference between 4-8 and 2-10. It's the same thing. It's this. You have the exact same result. It really doesn't matter.
And Freeze, nobody cares that he cheated, and he didn't really cheat that much. But nobody cares that he broke NCAA rules. Nobody even cares about the baggage from off the field. But the man's got enemies, and I don't know how he recruits in the SEC. You tell me that guy's going to go into Katy, Texas, and get a player, Jimbo Fisher once.
Gonna be tough.
Without Ross Bjork saying, "Oh, hey, Hugh, how you doing?"
Gonna be tough, no doubt about it.
It's just. But at least we got basketball.
You do have a good basketball team. That is a loaded club, man. They're legit. They're the best team in the league, pretty easily right now.
He needs to keep Kim English around for as long as he can, because that's the recruiter. Keep him on staff for as long as I can. Make him coach and wait. I don't care. Because Barnes came there kind of to retire, everybody thought. Then he redid the staff, and they just started recruiting like crazy, and that's what everybody's excited about. But, I mean, they had this big win last night over number 12 in the country, and the radio say all about Pruitt, fire Pruitt, fire Pruitt, fire Pruitt. I'm just like, oh, my God. It's so toxic. It's just completely toxic.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Brutal.
Well, hey, man, thanks for the call. Happy New Year.
Thank you, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to
you.
You
and yours. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Mark's having a tough time. Tennessee deal. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Freeze. I get people ask me all the time. I don't think he's coaching in the SEC next season. I think he's at Liberty next season. I don't know what Tennessee's going to do. I don't get the impression that bringing Freeze to Tennessee is really on the menu there right now. Maybe I'm wrong. If I am, great. It'd be a better story for me. I mean, people think I'm anti-Freeze. I want Freeze back in the SEC. That's another storyline. That's another thing to talk about. It's more drama. Drama sells. People love drama. So that's not an issue. Yeah. Hugh Freeze versus Lane Kiffin in an SEC game. Ole Miss, Tennessee with Lane Kiffin as the Ole Miss coach. Hugh Freeze as the Tennessee coach. We could do 4 hand-raised guys that week. People would be locked into that. All for it. No problem. Shane Huey says, personally, I think Freeze would kill it at UT. He's got his issues, but talent-wise, he'd kill it there. You're not the only person that thinks that, Shane. I just wonder what happens when the recruiting gets down to the nitty-gritty. When people pull out all the stops, when everybody takes off their gloves, when there are no niceties, I kind of wonder what happens then. So I don't think it's particularly a good thing when it does. I think it gets hard for Freeze. Jonathan Strange says stay at Liberty. He'll be better for it. I mean, I think so too. But he wants to coach. He wants to coach in the SEC. That's the way he's wired. Chet says, he says, I've said it 1,000 times. Hugh Freeze's largest crime was winning at Ole Miss. The NCAA doesn't care about Freeze, etc. I don't necessarily agree, but a lot of people do. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is regular size Ben.
Hey, regular size Ben.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, man. So I'm going to start out since you asked us to about things that we're thankful for. I'm definitely thankful for this show on Thursday nights. Kept me out of the bars and kept me out of, any kind of trouble I might have gotten in. I like to stay at home with you guys and have a couple of drinks and just enjoy. I really enjoy the chat. Sometimes I overdo it trying to be a clown, but I'm thankful for you and Chase, man. Y'all do a hell of a job. I take lunch at 1:00 every day just so I can see and be involved in the chat and stuff. And
we appreciate that.
Thankful for it.
We appreciate it. It's been one of the good things that's come out of this year is I think we've kind of built the community a little bit, even more than maybe we had before. And all of you guys, the guys that are a part of it, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, my favorite is Thursday night because Saturday gets going. Y'all got so much going on. I can't even keep up with the chat. I can't read that fast. So.
If it makes you feel better, I don't even try, Ben. I just kind of pick up bits and pieces of the chat on those days.
Yeah. I'm also thankful to have a job where, I've been better off financially this year than any. Just have a job where I can, it's doing well in these times, and we're super busy, man. Can't hardly keep up with the business. So
that's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah. And so I decided to celebrate the end of 2020. I found out last Wednesday that I could take off this week, and I did, and decided to drive to Dallas and pull my bike behind me and go Harley hunting, and I bought my first Harley. So
oh wow,
that's what I'm looking forward to in 21 is getting it where I want and just having fun riding and I'm blessed to be able to do it. So now that I got that out of the way, I wanted to ask. I'm a little disappointed in my last super chat. Just kind of got ignored a little bit by you.
Now, which one?
I didn't understand.
Which one was that? I was probably on a call, and I was having a hard time keeping up with the chat at the same time.
No. It didn't. I'm sorry. It didn't get ignored. It got declined, basically.
Oh, I didn't see it.
But no, you saw it.
Are you sure?
You commented on it. All right, let me ask you again.
Okay.
Since this is, the end of the year, the end of what a lot of people call a rough one,
Okay.
I got to ask you, and I'd like for the chat to respond too. If there's a possible way that a quadriplegic could commit suicide.
Because I don't think I saw that.
I'm just thinking, man, if I was a quadriplegic and I couldn't move anything from my neck down, I'm kind of in favor of euthanasia, and they don't offer that around here. So I don't see how you could do it, though. I just can't come up with it, and I'm gonna hang up and listen.
Okay. Yeah, you guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for the call, man. You guys are going to have to help me a little bit with that. How would a quadriplegic commit suicide? A quadriplegic is someone who doesn't have the use of his arms or legs, his or her arms or legs. I mean, you'd have to have help, right? I mean, somebody would have to give you the drugs or something to do it. Unless you I guess you could roll your chair off a cliff or something. William Ray says hold his breath. Yeah, I don't know. Rebel 00 says change of subject. Kind of agree. Someone call in and change the subject. 2 people say swallow your tongue. This is not a pleasant conversation. This conversation is less pleasant than 2020 ever was. Watch MSU football. or just pick a fight at an MSU football game. Say something bad to an MSU football player at the end of a game. All right, we'll take calls. Yeah. Yeah. Laura McCready. I think I know her. She says stop. Her judgment's probably good. Meanwhile, the answers keep rolling in. Not my fault, Laura. I didn't ask the question. It's 8:54, so 9:54 on the East Coast. A little over 2 hours away. A little over 2 hours away from the end of 2020. What is it about 2021 that you're looking forward to? What about 2020 will you take positively from the year? I think we're all happy to see the year end. What are you taking positive from 2020? What lessons are you learning? I tell you, one of the questions I have, let's say that the people that I talked to are right, and that in 2021, stadiums are full or can be full. What do we do with our game day show? Are we doing a pregame? Are we doing a watch party if most people are in the stadium? Because this year a lot of people couldn't go to the stadium. Are we doing hand raise guys right after the game? Do we need to go to the game and then get back here to do a show? I mean, those are some of the questions that I have. Do we find somebody to kind of be our on-site reporter who does that stuff for us? I mean, there's a lot of questions that I have based on what we do differently if the season is normal. If it's another season like the one we just are about to finish, I have all the answers. The questions I have are, if we go back to what we were in 2019, what do we do with this show moving forward? Hey, who's this? Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neil, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, this is Chandler.
Hey, Chandler.
What's going on, man?
Just spending a New Year's Eve night with you guys.
Yeah. Well, man, I'm the guy on the board. I told you I was going to be driving from Laurel, Mississippi to East Tennessee tonight. So,
oh, wow.
Just got on the road. A little rainy, but not too bad. Just kind of bored, so just calling in. I think the question was, what were we thankful for in 2020?
Yeah.
A lot, man. I was thinking about this, because I guess running narratives that 2020 sucked, and I think reading your column today about just kind of the year in review, especially as you were reflecting on just enjoying the year with your. That I really reflect on that a lot. We had we've got a 2-year-old and then a 4-month-old. So our second son was born right at the end of, I guess not the end of the pandemic, but kind of after the summer was over. And so we got a lot of time just to kind of be with family and hang out and really feel like,
hey, Chandler,
my two.
Not to interrupt you,
man.
but I'm curious, did they let you in for the birth, or was the COVID regulation such that you couldn't be there?
Yeah, they did. Knoxville. So we live in Jefferson City, Tennessee, which is you go to Knoxville and then you go further to the middle of nowhere to get there. And so Knoxville's the closest major hospital, and they told us, that they could have we could have one extra person. So I got to be in there. Our pastor came over and spent the night with our 2-year-old and woke up with him because we know him really well, and our son, already knows him and trusts him. So. And then as soon as we left the hospital, we called my wife's parents, and they came up. And so about 9 o'clock, our son was born at 3, and then her parents got there about 9. So I switched out. Her mom stayed with her, and I went home and hung out with our older son. But we did get to be in the hospital. They were not strict about mask wearing while she was in labor, so we were thankful for that. But it was awesome, man. And I think in 21, I think just looking forward to seeing them grow up, and I think too just and also another personal thing, like over the last year and a half, I've lost about 70 pounds.
Oh, wow. How'd you do it?
Keep working on that. Weight Watchers and CrossFit. So started off at 265. I got COVID right before Thanksgiving. I was 207 when that hit. Holidays have kind of bulked me up a little bit more, but hopefully by this time next year I'll be 195. And just excited about that opportunity. So,
I bet. That's awesome, man. That's a major life accomplishment to drop that kind of weight.
Yeah, man. Well, it was went to the doctor, and he was like, "Man, you got to make some changes." And I thought I want to see these boys grow up, so I did, and here we are.
So what was the hardest part about Weight Watchers? Because I know the food's okay, but it's the portions are small. Was it just kind of getting used to not eating as much?
Yeah, I think. I mean, honestly, for me, it wasn't particularly difficult, just because I just kind of, I just kind of set my mind to stuff and do it. So the way it worked, like you get 35, I get 35 points a day, and it was just learning with a 0-point food source. So you can eat as much chicken breast as you want to, and so just coming up with creative ways to cook a really boring meat, and then really enjoying, like when we would have a drink or go out to dinner or something, just being able to just really enjoy it guilt-free. I think for me, it was learning to enjoy stuff guilt-free, because you don't want to be a slave to your diet. You want to do it well, but not be a slave, because it's like being a slave to food in a healthy way is like the same thing as being a slave to food in an unhealthy way. So
yeah,
that was kind of my take on it.
I got a little confused there. Forgive me for anybody who's like, "What the hell is he talking about?" For a minute, I confuse sometimes Weight Watchers with Nutrisystem. You do Weight Watchers, which is you have a certain amount of points each day, and each food has points. Yeah, I was for some reason I was thinking Nutrisystem. Forgive me, but Weight Watchers requires discipline. I've watched people do it. It requires a commitment, and what it does is it makes you really concentrate on what it is that you eat each day, and kind of how you divide up your points, because if you know you're going to cheat a little bit later, you gotta create some room for it earlier in the day, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I realize I'd rather have a bourbon or two at night than eat Wendy's every day. So it's a pretty fair trade-off.
You know what, man? And when you get away from fast food and you get away from soda, you don't ever really want to go back to it.
Outside of passing Whataburger, I agree.
Yeah,
that's my guilty pleasure, man. We hit that up every time, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like you just kind of lose a taste for it.
Yeah, there was a time, like especially when I was covering Auburn back in the day, I'd eat fast food and stuff all the time, and I guess never's the wrong word. I mean, we ate Domino's pizza tonight, but I don't ever really think about like fast food. I don't crave a Wendy's burger or a Chick-fil-A sandwich or something. It's nothing I ever really even think about.
Yeah. Well, anyway, man, I just want to say, man, I'm really appreciative of what you guys do. Y'all give me a good connection to home. I'm from Jackson. We live in Northeast Tennessee now, and I really appreciate what y'all do. And you guys really made 2020 a lot of fun. So we appreciate you, Chase, and hope y'all have a happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, Chandler. Enjoy the little ones. Be careful driving the rest of the way.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all.
All right. I've always wondered about the Nutrisystem thing, like how that works, because I've read where a bunch of guys lose a bunch of weight on Nutrisystem, but all the food is brought to you. I mean, you eat what they offer you, I guess. I've never done it, obviously, but I've always been interested by it. Like they say it's great for guys because guys lose a bunch of weight. I don't know. I didn't do any of that. When I lost all of mine, it was P90X, and I started running and probably developed every possible eating disorder known to man. I didn't do it the right way. Like I've watched people do it the right way, and I didn't do it the right way, but I did it my way. So I was not. I didn't I skipped multiple meals and got mean as hell and tortured everyone in my family. My daughter Campbell just sent a text. She says, Nutrisystem, let's see. Campbell's pretty much a health nut now. She says, Nutrisystem is horrible for you, I've heard, because you rebound really badly after it's over. There you go. Yeah, Grind says, no pasta really helped me. So I only eat whole wheat pasta. I don't do the processed, like I don't do white potatoes, white pasta, white rice, sweet potatoes baked, a little salt and pepper. Love them. Would have never thought that I would, but now I do. I crave them sometimes. Whole wheat pasta with just some tomato sauce. You can doctor the tomato sauce, season it up. That's good. I love brown rice, just salt and pepper. You can put a chicken bouillon or a beef bouillon in the water to give it more flavor. But it's much better for you than that processed rice, the white rice, the refined rice. That's not good for you at all. White potatoes, just the way that your body metabolizes them, are not good for you. And cut out fried food completely. Don't touch it. Don't eat soda. And then try to drink a lot of water. Those are some basic stuff. A lot of grilled proteins. The one thing, like one of my 2021, Hudson Chadwick says my fat ass would die without white rice. I'm getting these texts from people when I talk about food. One of my things is to learn this year how to be better with fish, to make more fish. Jay Tate lost a bunch of weight, and when he did, like fish was a huge part of his diet. I'm a decent cook. I think I'm a fairly good cook at times, but I'm not particularly good with fish. I'm pretty good with salmon. Laura, my wife, loves salmon. And so I cook salmon for her, and she loves it, and I like it fine. But there's never been a day that I wake up and think, what I want is salmon. It's never something I crave, and so I'm not good at it. And so I've got to figure out a way to cook more fish and make it more a part of my diet. Tyler Fitch and others are telling me I'm wrong about brown rice. They say it's actually worse for you. The casing contains carcinogens. Let's see. Someone said something about white potatoes. Grind says my uncle grows purple sweet potatoes. They're diabetic potatoes. Oh, I need to hear more about that. Yeah, Grind, you're right. Jay's a big believer in sprinting instead of long distance running. Of course, listen, here's the thing, is it's different for everybody, because when I started running as part of P90X, it was because I couldn't do the yoga, and I was so committed to putting in the time on P90X. And so P90X, the yoga once a week, was an hour and a half. And I would do 21, 22, 23 minutes of the yoga, and then I wanted to punch the television so hard because I couldn't do the things they were asking me to do once you got past some of the basic yoga stuff, and they're basically asking for you to stand on your head. I couldn't do it, so I told myself, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out and I'm going to walk and run this hour and 7 minutes that I owe P90X. And so I would run a little bit till I was about to pass out, and then I'd walk till I recovered, and then I'd run a little bit till I about to pass out, et cetera, et cetera. I got to an hour and 7 minutes, and I'm done. And I noticed over the course of time that the running got easier, that instead of being able to run for 2 minutes, I was able to run for 4. Instead of 4, I was able to run for 8. And all of a sudden, I'm running 2.5, 3 miles, and I had this little path in my neighborhood that was like 2.5 miles, and I would run it to fill in the gap on yoga. And then I started 3 days a week running after the workout. I would run the 2.5 miles. And one day, just out of the blue, I wasn't thinking about it, wasn't a plan. I finished the 2.5 miles, and I thought I could do that again. And I didn't even give it a thought. I just did it. And so suddenly, 3 days a week, I was running 5 miles instead of 2.5. Well, a few years later, I'm running a marathon, and I'd lost the weight. So everybody's got a different way. but I am really interested in the purple diabetic potatoes because I love potatoes, but I don't eat the white ones now. He says they're higher in iron and have less fat than regular sweet potatoes. Huh. Michael Adderholt says, when I lost quite a good bit before marriage, then I put it back on. I limited myself to 1,500 calories daily and lifted weights and added cardio in as well. The only thing about the limiting yourself to 1,500 calories is that that's not many calories, and that is super hard to maintain day after day, day after day. And when you're exercising a bunch, you're craving it more than that. Brett says, want to boost your metabolism, put on some muscle. There's no doubt about that. Zero doubt. That's absolutely fact. If you want to speed your metabolism up, get in the weight room. I try to go 3 days a week, and I think you're exactly right. Because my body will not let me run like I used to run, where I ran. Because I'd worked up to where I was running 7, 8, 9 miles a day, 6 days a week. I can't do that now. It's not even a cardio thing. I mean, it is a cardio thing, but I can't. The feet, ankles, knees, hips can't take that pounding. It's miserable. And I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live where I'm constantly in pain, hurts to walk up and down the stairs, stuff like that. And at my age, that would just be stupid. And so it's one of the reasons I got a Peloton. Like I did an hour of Peloton today without beating the hell out of my legs. And I walked the dogs. And so that was my cardio. But I lifted yesterday. I'm going to try to lift at least once this weekend. So, yeah, you're right. It's all – the more muscle you have, the more – muscle burns more calories just being maintained. You're right. There's your weight segment for the day here on Hand Raised Guys. All right, phone lines are open. It's 9:10 Central Time, 10:10 Eastern Time, less than 2 – if you're on the East Coast, less than 2 hours left in 2020 here in the Central Time Zone. Yeah. Here in the Central Time Zone, you've got a little less than 3 hours. Getting close. We've almost made it. All right, Mark says, Neal, Gus Sinski, Jake Taylor, or Crash Davis? Oh, 3 famous baseball catchers. All right, you're not taking Sinski. He's eliminated number 1 because he was just Billy Chappell's personal catcher. So he was only good for one out every 5 days. It's not him. Jake Taylor made it to the bigs, and then he got hurt, and then he was good enough to make it back. Crash Davis only had a cup of coffee in the bigs, 20 days in the big leagues. He's a great minor leaguer, but never could get to the major leagues and stay. So I think the answer to that is Jake Taylor. Jake Taylor was a serviceable major league catcher, even after he got hurt. I mean, he had a pretty good year with the Indians before he left to become a coach or a manager or whatever. My friend Marshall says, hey, having a hard time getting through. Happy New Year. I'm thankful for science and technology. It's going to save the planet. By the way, if you want to get into fish and keep it on the low-fat side, look at tilapia, sea bass, halibut, and trout. Salmon has an amazing amount of fat in it, believe it or not. It does have a lot of fat in it. I think it's pretty decent. I mean, fat that's not as bad for you, but I've heard that about trout. I've got some trout in the freezer that I got from LB's Meat Market. I need to thaw that out and do something with it. He says, come out here and climb mountains on a bike with me over the summer. You'll be razor thin. I'll try to do that. Yeah, Jake Taylor was an all-star in Boston exactly before he got hurt. The favorite part of that movie is when he drives the bullpen car through Cleveland to get to his, at that point, ex-girlfriend's apartment. That's awesome. Jen Deuce says tilapia is trash. All right, someone call in. Call in, we'll take the calls. Bill says, "What time will you start the game time programs on Saturday?" We're just going to do scoreboard business. Brought to you by the Rogue at 9:30. Not going to do all the other stuff before because it's going to be outdated. Chris Landry and I are not taping tomorrow. So we'll just do that. We'll call in. We'll go at 9:30 on Scoreboard Business. We'll go until 11:30. Then we'll have the MPW digital watch party during the game, and then we'll go right into Hand Raise Guys after the game and stay with you guys for as long as you want to talk about the game, as long as you want to talk about the season. No matter what happens on Saturday, this has been a big time year for Ole Miss, if you ask me. This season could have gone so much worse. Think about what it could have been had Ole Miss not made a change, and how depressing it would have been. Hey, who do we have on the phone?
C. Moses or Chris. I haven't called in a while.
Hey, man, how are you?
Doing well. I want to get you off on a topic about class in college football after the state fight.
All right.
Have a backstory. I have a buddy who's a big state guy, and he tweeted a screen cap of Fitzgerald's thing about Ole Miss fans coming at him about something.
Yeah.
About class. And I just replied to him. I was like, dude, when are you going to realize that no college football team has class? They're all filthy.
I think some teams have class. I mean, look, it's a mean game and it's a physical game, and you can't play the game nice. But I do think some teams have class.
I just mean in general, like from top administrators down, winning is everything. I think they don't like. I hate the teams are classy in football. No, everyone's filthy and they all cheat.
Yeah,
including Ole Miss.
Everybody,
and State,
of course,
and Georgia,
of course. But what happened in Fort Worth today can't happen.
No, you're absolutely.
That can't happen. Right. That can't happen. And if it were Ole Miss, if it happened to Ole Miss, if it happened, whoever it happened to, I would say that. That simply cannot happen.
I agree. You think Malik Heath's gone?
Yeah. I mean, let me rephrase. He should be gone.
Yeah, he should be.
I'll tell you what.
The little live video he did was
it was disgraceful. Disgraceful.
Not good. Not good. No.
Yeah, it was disgraceful.
Yeah. Was that a Pinot Noir you just poured or something?
No, I noticed that I was laughing at it too. It's a Cabernet. It was recommended to me at the liquor store. It's called Born of Fire, BORNE of Fire. It's a 2000.
I think that's a heavy metal band, right?
Maybe so. I don't know. I'm not in. It's a 2018 Columbia Valley, which I guess is in Washington, right? Yeah, Patterson. Patterson.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Patterson, Washington.
I just poured a Batch 12 Stag Junior.
Yeah, how is it?
Light me up. Chase would like it.
Yeah, that's pretty hot, isn't it?
Well, I think it's like 132.
Oh, wow.
It's really good though.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of those, but sometimes they're just so freaking hot that I can't really taste them.
Yeah, you got to burn your palate up to get there, you know.
Yeah,
I like it though, and also I remember y'all had a show about like fun Bumble stories. Did anyone ever tell any?
No, because I mean I've never done any of that because I got married long before those things ever happened.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to call in and tell a fun story about that.
Do you have one?
If you'd like to go through.
Yeah,
yeah.
Fire away.
Okay,
so for those who don't, real quick, for those who don't know, what is Bumble?
Okay, for some olds on here, it's like hot or not, you rate, but you actually match with them.
Okay.
So you can message back and forth. And on Bumble, the girl has to message first because, you know, that's the polite thing. And, you know, most guys send lascivious pictures of member, body parts and whatnot, which I don't do that. That's not something I would do.
Of course not.
Because I'm an adult male and I respect women, you know. But one of the Bumble dates I went on, I was staying with a Rebel Grove guy, Jay Reezy, in Memphis.
All right.
And I just randomly matched with this girl after the LSU game one year. So I was pretty lubed up, if you might guess. We went back to this place in Memphis, matched with this girl, went to, I can't remember the restaurant name, and had a few drinks. Well, he dropped me off, and she ends up bringing me back to his house because it's like a quarter mile away. We get to talking, and she actually went to Lamba. And she was there when Hugh Freeze was the coach.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, how is that? Hugh Freeze was still a coach at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah, he tried to get me on the pep squad, to, help the team and recruiting. I was like, I sure bet he did. She was a good-looking gal,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So she didn't really like that joke that much for some reason, because I think she thought he was a nice fella.
Right.
Which he is a nice fella, I'm sure, but she didn't respect my joke as much as I did.
So how did
my boy Jay Reed thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. How did things end up with this particular girl?
Well, I live in Madison, Mississippi, and she still lives in Memphis. So if that tells you anything.
Okay.
Didn't work out.
Did any Bumbles work out?
Not so far, no. But that's probably more my fault.
So you're still single. What are the apps that you lean on, if you will?
Really, none this year. I did meet someone during the quarantine for a little while there. It was on accident in Bumble, and I just had bought a pellet smoker when the quarantine started. And my friends and I have a joke about this now. I was making some ribs on a Sunday, and this girl messaged me, and I sent her some pictures of it. And she said, I'm coming over there to eat some of those ribs.
Okay, you said pictures of it. I was going to make sure we were talking about the ribs.
No, I told you I respect women. I wouldn't send any of those lascivious pictures.
Yeah.
But ribs, well, I could see, meat. I could see where you get confused with that.
I got to be honest, and this is, and I'm being a little careful here. I don't really know why. It's late. I've never understood why guys send pictures of that to women, because there's no part of me that ever thinks, yeah, that's exactly what she wants to see. She wants to see that right now.
I think it's the opposite of what they'd like to see.
Yeah, exactly. There's no part of me that
Let me say this: if a girl wants to see that, then you should just not. You should disregard her.
Yeah, you probably should run the other way at that point. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that girls get in the mood as much as guys do. I get it, but I'm just saying I don't. If you're telling me that a guy's sending those pics out, I'm telling you that he's probably he doesn't really understand the way it works. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to be politically correct and decent about it. It tells me that he doesn't really. He doesn't have
a good grasp on reality, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he doesn't have anywhere near as much game as he thinks he has. Nowhere close.
Yeah. I think it's one of those shoot or shoot kind of deals, and if you get the one who,
I guess,
responds in a positive manner to it, then you got something.
So if you're sending 100 of those, thinking I'm just going to get one out of 100,
yeah,
but the other 99 think you're a creep.
Oh, the other 99 probably block you on every social media platform and your number, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I would think so. That just feels like a bad strategy.
Yeah, I mean it's not something you should probably do, but I'm sure we all know a lot of people who do it or have done it.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I'm glad I grew up when I grew up a little bit. Sometimes with today's technologies, I I almost kind of feel sorry for young people because it just, I don't know.
Dude, I feel bad for kids like under 18 now because they don't know how to like talk to girls or get phone numbers.
Yeah.
Like one of my friends said he was like on a church camp thing, and you know, kids were just being kids at church camp and trying to talk to girls. And the way boy kids talk to girls was they would just ask them their Snapchat name. And he was like, "Do you even know her real name?" And they were like, "No, but I got her Snapchat." Like that's like I feel bad for these kids, man.
Yeah, I know. We've had that conversation a lot, my wife and I, about kids and dating, and it's just a different world than it was.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do? You know, it's just the world we live in these days. You just got to navigate it.
That's true.
I guess it's really odd. But, yeah, I guess that's all I had. You said someone call in, so I gave it a go. Hopefully
You did. You helped a bunch, Moses. Yeah, you started up some conversations. Appreciate it. Happy New Year.
I hope the YouTube's doing well. I'll stick with you. Hopefully someone else won't be a coward and they'll call in about some Bumble stories or something. I'm sure there's some youth on here watching.
I'm sure that the teenagers are hanging out with us right now.
Oh yeah, you know that. I mean, where are they going to go? Oxford shuts down in like what, an hour and a half?
Yeah, hour and a half. It's over.
That's right, man.
Yeah.
Praise Tate, man. Praise Tate.
All right, appreciate you, Moses.
All right, man. Have fun.
Bye. Hey, who do we have?
Major.
Hey, Major, what's up, my man?
How are you, man?
Man, I am good. I'm good. Hey, I was going to tell you. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Laura found a recipe. It actually sounds really good for the honeysuckle vodka.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. My phone's been blowing up here in the last little bit. Let's see. Here it is. It's called a Wingate.
Thanks for doing this tonight.
It's been fun. It's called a Wingate Spritz. This is in Garden and Gun. It's
yes.
Have you seen this? So it's an ounce of. It's a thick slice of grapefruit, which I think is probably optional. An ounce of cathead honeysuckle vodka, a half ounce of Aperol, a pinch of salt, and 3 ounces of Brut champagne. You squeeze the grapefruit juice into a shaker. Then you add the grapefruit slice, the vodka, the Aperol, and the salt. You shake it with ice, strain, and top with champagne. You serve it in a flute or a coupe. Sounds really good. I think we're gonna try that one of the next couple mornings.
It's delicious.
Have you
I
done
had
it?
one. I can't remember what account made that, but I had one. I made one for Amanda and I, and it's delightful.
It sounds really good.
Grapefruit, the grapefruit, people either love it or hate it, and then there's a lot of medications out there that don't allow people to have grapefruit, so it's a little bit of a tricky one, but I don't think it's necessary to have the grapefruit.
You probably could replace the grapefruit with orange if you wanted to.
You could, or you could with some strawberry or something, too.
Yeah. I love grapefruit, so that sounds good to me.
Yeah. I hadn't been listening much tonight. My son turned 6 a couple of days ago, and he got a Nintendo Switch, so he's been beating me up at Mario Kart. But I just, we texted earlier. What you wrote kind of brought up a lot of emotions and everything for 2020, and what y'all have done this year has brought I think a good bit of therapy to people and some outlets for them to release some energy or whatever it may be. And been a wild year, man, and it's ended in a wild fashion as well.
It's definitely been. I've told my kids, I'm like, man, y'all's kids, your grandkids, they're going to be doing term papers on 2020. You're going to get interviewed about 2020. They don't believe me, but they are. I mean, it's kind of like I think 2020 is their 9/11, their Kennedy assassination, their Pearl Harbor. I do. I think it's that profound of a society shift that people will be talking about before COVID, after COVID. There's no question about it in my mind. I mean, I think it's that big of a thing.
It's definitely a line of demarcation. I mean, I was talking with the owners of Cathead. We spent a few hours yesterday kind of reminiscing on the 90 days of our hand sanitizer operation and what that kind of was, and just how everything has been impacted. And our generation in particular has had 9/11 and the 2008 housing crisis, financial crisis, and now this thing, all within our earning years, if you will, as business people. And so to learn and to grow from it, our family's been super fortunate throughout it, and we obviously pray and think about those that aren't in the same position that we're in. But my wife works for the Bankers Association, and so she immediately got bogged down in PPP and the communications that go on with that, and how to message that out. And we were doing the hand sanitizer, so there was about 6 months there where we didn't even really look up and take a breath. And so the last 30 days have been a little bit of a reflection time for us. And your column brought a lot of emotions and a lot of reflection up. And so, as I mentioned, you're a super talented writer, and we're grateful to have you on the Ole Miss beat. But yeah, it's been something. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, who would have? If I told you in January, middle of the year, you guys are going to be making hand sanitizer with no context at all, you would have thought, what in the hell? I mean,
it's funny that the FDA came out yesterday about 5 o'clock and said we were going to get hit with about $30,000 of fees if we didn't deregister as a over-the-counter drug manufacturer by the end of the day. And so we had to make some challenging decisions that the information will come out about in the not too distant future. But I hadn't slept in 24 hours.
Yeah, we just got a question in the thread. UPS Shaggy says, you might have just addressed this and you might not really want to answer it, but it's in the thread. He says, did Cathead get hit with the fine for being a hand sanitizer company?
Well, it's interesting. They reversed course about 6 o'clock tonight, saying that distilleries weren't going to get hit with the 2020 fine or fee. We'll call it in a minute, whatever the hell they call it, the FDA. But the way it's worded is if you continue to manufacture, market, or sell sanitizer after midnight tonight, you will be responsible to pay for it in 2022. So we had about 24 hours notice to decide what to do with our hand sanitizer operation. And fortunately, we were able to partner up with some people that we knew and transfer the goods that we had in place to another entity. And I don't want to get into too much detail of it, but
sure.
So we're officially out of the hand sanitizer business. We made the decision to take a loss on it and to donate it to the communities. And we never wanted to be in it, but we needed to, and the community needed us to. So
yeah, you guys did a great thing. Y'all did a great thing. I mean, you could have easily been, I don't know what the right word is, selfish or just self-focused, maybe the better word, and not done that. But it was cool that you did it. I know it at one point kind of created some jobs for some people who were out of jobs because of the lockdown.
Yeah, we had for about 60 days, we were running 24 hours a day, and we employed 50 out-of-work restaurant people, and were able to keep our entire staff employed. And so we didn't have to make a lot of the difficult decisions that a lot of the craft distilleries around the country had to make due to that. And then we were able to help the community the restaurant community that's helped us so much over our 10 years in business. So, very rewarding and very humbling to see the outpouring of support, and especially in the last 24 hours, because all hell kind of broke loose last night with this stuff. And I woke up this morning to, 30 or 40 text messages from retailers and just customers in general. It's like, how can we help y'all with this? And the answer is, there's not much you can do, other than buy our regular products. But, the connections we made during, while we were manufacturing it kind of a full tilt when we were running 24 hours, we're able to pull through and move the inventory off of our floor.
You know what the answer is? The answer is exactly what you said. It's when you go to your favorite package store, when you go buy the cathead product. As Jay calls it, the blue cat, the gold cat, the Bristow gin, buy the Hoodoo Chicory liqueur. Sometimes it's not on the shelf because it's hard to find, but I saw it the other day. It's fantastic. It's a great. I'm kind of with Jay. I kind of like it as an after dinner sort of a shot, if you will. It's a liqueur. It's that. It's support the people who stepped up, and you guys did, and that's how people pay you back. I mean, not everybody can do more than that, but they can do that.
That's right.
It's by the cathead. It's by the cathead product. It's by the Old Soul. Look for is it the 12 year? I know it's kind of out there sometimes. It's not every.
It's the 15 year that we released, but we're going to continue to do. It's a rare and limited series of pure sourced bourbon. We're going to continue to seek out and find cool things on that, but we've got a lot of stuff that's coming down the pike in the first 90 days of the year, and then Old Soul itself is taken on a mind of its own. We've had the opportunity to present it. I was up in Chicago and Ann Arbor in December, and using it as a gateway to get our foot into other markets, because bourbon's what people want. And so, single barrel store picks and other variations of Old Soul, and it's going to be a fun 2021 in terms of what we're going to be doing product release wise. We've got a lot of stuff that's going to hit in the first quarter that's going to be really exciting. But it's time to close the book on, and that's kind of what we have a secondary facility where we're storing the last of our hand sanitizer. And the two co-founders and I met over there this morning, and we were deciding whether or not we wanted to take the risk at paying the fee and trying to sell it, or tying a bow on it and moving it out. And it made sense just to wrap it up and be done with it.
No one's gonna look back on 2020 fondly, I don't think. I mean, I just don't think anybody's ever. It's so funny. The other day, Carson goes, my son, he goes, man, this year went by fast, and I looked at him like, what?
Where are you living in, my man? I want to be in that one.
And I think what he meant was the fall went by fast, and I think once things got back to quasi normal, I guess maybe it did, but. I'll tell you what, man, and you guys did this because you had to wear a mask and all that stuff. Whenever I've had to go someplace where I have to wear a mask 3, 4, 5 hours in a row, I have so much admiration for my kids who've had to wear masks all day long in school. I would lose my mind because I get
oh my gosh,
I get kind of claustrophobic, and all I can think about is I can't breathe, and they have to do it all day long. All day.
I mean, when we go to church for an hour, it bothers me, and the kids are they're like, whatever,
Yeah.
I chose personally to drive to Chicago from Jackson and then to Ann Arbor and then back to Jackson because I didn't want to deal with flying on an airplane and having to wear a mask for that amount of time.
I understand.
That was a simple, it was like, it's 10 hours to Chicago, it's 3 hours to Ann Arbor, and it's 13 back. And it's worth it to me to not have to wear a mask.
Well, because I don't want to get stuck on a tarmac or something and something goes wrong, and now I'm sitting there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Well, and getting out of Jackson, it's a little bit different than getting out of Memphis. Flights are getting canceled 30 minutes before takeoff.
Yeah.
Because there aren't enough passengers. And so it just didn't make any sense. I mean, vaccines coming. We had some communication with Dr. Dobbs today that things are moving as quickly as can be expected, I think. And so, the hope is that within the next 60 days, the vast majority of the vulnerable population and essential workers and everybody are, if they want it, have the opportunity to get it. And it's going to bring peace of mind, no matter what your political beliefs are, one way or the other.
Oh, I agree completely.
On vaccines and things like that. I mean, I'm not a big vaccine guy, but I'm absolutely going to get stuck because it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to too. I said this on the message board the other day. I mean, I'm a little reluctant with my kids because I've heard some of the fertility stuff. So I'd like for us to wait till there's no reason to be rushing to vaccinate 15, 16, 17-year-old people. There's just no reason to rush to do that. There's none.
Right.
Zero. So we should put that off at the very end. Let's make sure that we're not affecting their ability to.
In the conversations I've had, it sounds like they're not even really up to get it, and physicians aren't really recommending it.
Good. They don't. There's no reason for them to get it, in my opinion, because they're not at risk at any real reason.
Right.
Yeah.
It's. But I mean, I didn't mean for this to delve off into a COVID conversation, but what you and Chase have done this year is just. It's been inspiring to watch y'all pivot and keep bringing content in new ways and reinventing yourselves in a time that, a lot of folks get stuck in the mud. And so that entrepreneurial spirit and that innovative spirit that's what drives our business. That's what drives your business. And that's, what we believe drives the American economy. And so that's been a really cool thing to see kind of all across the board, but bringing it kind of home with y'all and what y'all have done it's been nice to see,
Well, thanks, Major. I really appreciate that, especially coming from you, because I know that you're in a business that's hyper competitive, and this one is too. And we had to figure out a way. I knew in March that it was not going to be the same, and that out of sight is out of mind, and that we had to keep going. I wrote. I said press on. I've never.
Yeah, you just had to move through it.
I've never worked harder than I worked in 2020. Never. And I would have never thought that. There were times that I thought, what will I do? I won't have anything to do. And that wasn't the case. And so I learned a lot about myself. I'll tell you that. I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about people that I'm around, and some good, some bad. I'm sure some people look at me and they don't like me as much as they used to or whatever, and that's okay. But yeah, it was.
As long as you keep rampaging, you'll keep getting fans.
Yeah,
just keep up the rampages.
All right,
that makes everybody happy.
I know it does.
One word tweets that send people into the stratosphere. I saw that. I was playing Mario Kart during the state game, and I looked up at Twitter and I just saw Classy, and I was like, "Oh shit, what happened?"
Oh shoot! Hey, happy New Year to you and the family. Have a great one.
You too.
All right.
Thank you, man.
Bye, Major.
Bye.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neal, it's Hudson.
Hey, Hudson, what's up, my man?
Man, just sitting here. I've got the COVID, so I'm stuck in my house for the next. Well, I got 8 days left on my sentence.
So what are your? Do you have any symptoms?
Drinking a little Woodford.
So I think you just answered my question. Your symptoms aren't very bad.
No, and not particularly bad. I woke up with a little bit of a sore throat yesterday, and it's kind of been better today. I don't really know. I've taken a couple of pills. I don't really know what they are. Here's the deal. My wife went to the doctor. She had a sore throat and whatever. She had symptoms. She tested positive, did the whole 9 yards. And she got medicine and all that, and I'm just leeching off of her. There's no reason to waste another test. When I got a sore throat, I figured out. But either I drank too much whiskey the night before I had the COVID, and I'm going to go with probably the COVID. So here I am. How's it going for y'all tonight?
It's good. It's good. I think Chase had plans or something, which is fine. I I wasn't going to do it, and then some people were talking about it on the board, and I was like, why not? I don't have anything else to do, and so how far into it are we? We're 2.5 hours in to a hand raise, guys. So it's fun.
Normally I'd be at work right now on a New Year's Eve.
My daughter says y'all are busy. She was not there, but she had some friends who were going there. She said you guys were pretty busy tonight.
Well, yeah, no, very busy. Good situation to have. We've been blessed on that. I mean, we're limited on capacity, and there's a lot of restrictions and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, we're gonna see it through to the other side of it, and figure out how to. Probably nobody that's listening to us has any idea who I am. But anyway, but yeah, it's been pretty good, and so it's we're gonna make it. But it's kind of killed me to not really be able to run up there and go check on it and do whatever else because I'm stuck at home.
We've had some people guess who you are in the chat, so I mean, we can keep it private, or you can tell people who it is.
Oh, I don't care if anybody knows. I mean, I've figured out I'm the Rafters guy, so not to turn hand raise guys into promotional plugs, but we'd love to see you in Oxford or New Albany or next summer out on the water at Sardis Lake, or I feel comfortable saying this just to y'all folks, or at our it's probably not soon, but in the next year or so, we got our eyes set on Senatobia, so that's where we're going to be headed next.
That's good. You're one of those guys. I mean, this is because you and I have talked a lot over the course of the year because this thing was, I mean, it's been like riding a roller coaster. I mean, you had some panic moments for sure. I mean, we all did, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I had some, as you well know, I had some real panic moments. I mean, there were some points in this year where you thought this just isn't gonna work, is it?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I still wake up some days. I mean, that I'm like, this isn't going to work. Where I look at it and I'm like, okay, what's the path? I mean, in March, I thought, okay, well, if we're not back by August, there's no path. We're done. And then, turns out I was wrong and there was a path. And then we kind of get into the situation where you look at it and you're like, well, I don't know. Can I get all the way to December, and then you get there and I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't wake up sometimes and go, man, what if we're still doing this in June? I don't know. And, and so I don't know exactly what that looks like, but yeah.
I just have to believe that we're back to something resembling normal by the summer, by the fall, that people are celebrating next year. I've told you this all along, that once people get out and they get a lease on it, that people are going to go a little crazy, like, oh, thank God, I miss doing this. I miss going to the Grove. I miss going to the bars. I miss doing those things. I'm going to go do it all the time now. I don't think people are going to take it for granted the way it's natural to take things for granted, right? And I think it's going to be a little while before people take those things for granted again. I do.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for us. Oh, and by the way, yes, Tyler Fitch. Yes, I am the same Hudson that used to own the corner. We've also, that's now the annex downstairs, all the same, whatever else, as I figured out to, hey, Will, man, this is kind of fun. I got to look at people in the live chat that I actually know.
Let me shout out. Yeah. Hold your thought real quick while you're talking about Will. Sammy, thank you very much for the super chat. Happy New Year to you. Got your card the other day. Really appreciate that. Good night. to you. Hope you have a very happy 2021. Shaggy, we'll make sure Chase gets his cut. We'll kind of maneuver it a little bit. We'll work on some taxation as it pertains to it, but we'll make sure he gets his. Go ahead, Hudson. I'm sorry.
Oh no, we're good. I mean, I'm just here talking. For the first time ever, I was able to actually sit through and sit down and listen to most of the hand raised guys, and I was like, well, golly, it's not kind of nice to get to hear what all's going on. So, no, I mean that's pretty much all I've got. Just wanted to call and touch base with y'all and let you know that I've got the COVID and don't think I'm gonna die. I think I got this one locked down, but I'll let you know in 6 or 7 days. So,
well,
how that goes.
Yep. Well, take care of yourself, and hopefully it stays that way. It sounds like your case is very similar to the case that I had, where I wrote this morning. I guess I wrote today, whenever it was. I mean, my case was so mild that by the end of the week, I was like, did I really have it? Maybe I didn't even have it. In fact, I talked to my doctor, and I told her my symptoms, and she's like, well, maybe you didn't get it. And I was like, well, maybe I didn't. And then Caroline went and got the antibody test, and she came back with positive, and I was like, I'm going to go get a test right now. And she told me I had it, and then I started, at that point, sort of back tracing it a little bit and kind of figured it out.
Well, I am just thankful. I was terrified when my wife tested positive, and I was looking at 5-6 days after Christmas, whatever it was the day before yesterday, and I thought, my parents were here and her parents were here for Christmas, and we did all the things that we probably weren't supposed to do. I just thought, man, if we're that super spreader event where we got the family sick and the old folks sick and everything else, I was going to be heartbroken on it. And so I was really glad to find out. I don't know where we got it, but nobody else was with us at Christmas. Everybody went and got tested and done their thing, and everybody's come back negative. So we picked it up at the grocery store the day after, or whatever, however that works. But the idea that that was the first time it kind of hit home to me. I was like, man, I'm not really worried about myself, but golly, if some other folks got sick because of us having a holiday gathering. Basically, if I prove Thomas Dobbs right, I'm gonna feel like a really bad guy. So
Yeah, I know. My brothers came to town the weekend of the LSU game, and we were over at my parents, and I've had it, and my wife's had it. One of my sister-in-laws had it, but not every person who was there has had it. Like, my nieces had it, most of them. So, there was, and my younger brother, Tim, got kind of sick that Saturday night, and he didn't feel good at all on Sunday. Went and got the rapid test and all that, and I remember just kind of panicking a little, like, oh God, if he's got it and my parents get it because he got it, and I was going to feel really crappy about it. And then his long test, the standard test, came back negative too. So I was glad, obviously relieved. And turns out he probably was hungover and had eaten way too much chocolate on Saturday and got sick because he's a lightweight now. I mean, it turns out that's kind of all it was, but it shows you that we're just all panicked about it, anytime that it involves old people.
It is. I mean, it's terrifying. I mean, it's terrifying and frustrating, and it's easy to downplay, and it's easy to get terrified about. And I think there's probably appropriate times for both responses. But yeah, I hope everybody out there that's listening to your podcast stays safe, and want to thank everybody for their support this year. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, it's been tremendous. I got to think that a decent bit of what y'all have done, what MPW Digital's done with their advertising stuff has played a role in the fact that, I mean, yeah, sales are down for 2020. I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that. Substantially down, but it feels like there's excitement, and it feels like it feels like the problem that I have, the only problem I have is that the state and is that the government has limited me to the number of people that I can have. We have plenty of willing customers. We just can't take them all, and that's the challenge that we're facing, because we were built to have 750 people, and we're stuck at 200. So
Well, my man here is here's wishing to 750 people in that place as soon as possible. Happy New Year.
Man, I appreciate it, Neal. Y'all have a great night. I've got a bottle of ULM Woodford that I have been fighting not to drink your bottle.
Don't drink my bottle.
It's gonna be about 7 days before you get it.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I appreciate it, y'all. Have a great night. I'm gonna hang up.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Good night, Hudson. Happy New Year. He got a bottle of Woodford engraved with the ULM thing that I have as my Twitter avatar right now. He showed me a picture of it, and I laughed. It's awesome. Luke, this is a OKC Thunder zip-up hoodie, I guess. Is that what they call it? It's a zips up all the way. It's a pretty good looking hoodie, I think. I mean, I like it. I like the Thunder logo. They have a cool logo. Mark says Rich Rod, the new ULM OC. My thoughts. I don't have any thoughts. I really don't. They'd have been better off hiring me, actually. Hey, who do we have?
This is Jeb from Southwest Georgia.
Hey, Jeb, how are you? Happy New Year.
Good, man. Happy New Year to y'all. I just figured I'd be the only 229 number to check in here in a while. Just checking in so everybody's doing. I enjoyed your column today.
Thank you.
About 2020. Pretty much touched all the bases.
I appreciate it. I was telling the truth. I started out and I was going to do 10 down to 1, and I worked on it, and I'd be like, I hate that. And I'd kind of deleted it, and I was like, I'll come back and work on it tomorrow. And I'd actually decided just not to do it. And I saw that tweet from Royce Young, and I was like, why don't you really write about what it makes you think about? Because you think about that night, and not just because of the Thunder, because obviously I had intended to be in Nashville that night, and then the stuff happened, and then that next day and that weekend I'm going to. I never intended to be in Fayetteville that weekend, and instead I'm in Fayetteville, and I'm in a dorm full of girls with puffy eyes and tear-stained cheeks and shocked looks on their faces, and it's pouring down rain outside in Fayetteville, and it was cold, and it was miserable, and it was really depressing. And it was just kind of I thought, I don't know how you can write about a year about sports when sports were all about COVID and testing and are you going to play and adjusting schedules and all of that stuff. And I just finally just decided to kind of be true to myself and write what was actually on my mind and my heart, as opposed to forcing a content item.
Well, I heard that, man. I mean, as former football players like yourself at Reston High, I know you have a big problem with Rutgers on the logo operation there, but yeah, I mean, with the opt-outs and all that, I mean, I would love to play one more football game. I made the bad choice of doing an alumni football game last year, and I have a knot on my hamstring about the size of an egg that will not go away. I think it's called fascia. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. That's what the chiropractor told me yesterday, because I've been kind of stove up with that. But other than that, I mean, I know we're talking a lot about sports on Rebel Grove and all that, and I know y'all flesh all that yourselves, but where I live in Cockwood, Georgia, there is a place called Swamp Gravy Cotton Hall that does a play. And for 30 years, it's kind of been like the linchpin of this community. I mean, this town that I live in is only like 1,500 people, and the only way to get people to stop here, because it's kind of a thoroughfare going to Panama City, is they will stop and see the Georgia Folk Life play that's at Swamp Gravy, and COVID has just decimated it. And we get the notice today on Facebook, you know, and they say they're about to close down this year unless they raise like $85,000 between now and March. And due to COVID, it's kind of hard to put together a fundraiser to get people in the same spot to start, you know, even a raffle and all that. It's just, I mean, musicians, actors locally have been affected by this, you know, as well.
Sure.
It's just been a tough year. I mean, altogether. I still want them to be forgot about for the most part. But anyway, but I was wondering, have they had any live music in Oxford or anything? Because I usually play, when I perform, is around Apalachicola, Florida, and places like that, and Forgotten Coast. And Florida just didn't seem to have the issues, and Georgia either. But
you know what? That's
I guess
a great.
Everybody's still campaigning here.
That's
we feel a swing state now. It's been a nightmare. My mailbox is full of Ossoff, Purdue, Loeffler, and Warnock stuff every day.
I bet.
I never start a fire.
Yeah, I bet. Your question about the live music, I haven't heard anything along those lines, so my guess is that there hasn't really been anything. You know, for the longest time, the bars were just closed. I mean, the restaurants here were takeout only, or, you know, very, 25%, like Hudson was just saying. So I can't imagine that they're spending money on live music. I wouldn't think. Look, we've lived here for almost 13 years, and I mean, Oxford right now does not feel like Oxford over the last dozen years. It just feels like a different place.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, just the opportunity for people to perform. I mean, I've driven to Colorado and back for a piece of pizza. I mean, that's what a lot of musicians are kind of fighting for. I mean, just exposure, but just for those college kids that are trying to make it music business, you know, because it's a pretty good hub. Oxford, you got Memphis, Birmingham, Shreveport, all these places that you can kind of pivot around and do your tours, kind of like Athens was back in the day. Just I hate for the young up and comers to not have anywhere to play during their formative years. But you know, it's a mess for everybody. You know, sports, you know, any kind of entertainment, because that's what sports is entertainment basically, anyways. So,
yeah, for sure.
Unless you're playing. You know, it's all about everything.
Sure, absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
But anyway, man, well, I'll hang up and listen and enjoy the show.
All right. Thanks, Jeb. Happy New Year. For Jeb, it's just 1 hour until 2021. For those of us in the Central Time Zone, there's 2 hours left. It's 10:01 Central Standard Time. We've been going. How long the show's been going? Let's see, 2 hours and 47 minutes. So I'll stay with you guys as long as you want to call. Here we go. Hey, who do we have?
Shaggy.
What's up, Shag?
It's not much, sitting here drinking some cold beer, watching you on the TV.
Pretty exciting New Year's Eve for you there, Shaggy.
You just would not believe. Wife's in there crocheting, I think. So it's just crazy around here. I've got a few questions that are, I don't know, maybe nobody else cares about.
All right, we'll see.
I would ask.
Ask away.
Number one, when can we see the dogs?
Got to figure out a way to do that. I don't like them coming in here much because there's so many wires and stuff, and Rizzo still has a lot of puppy in him, and and he's big and strong, and I'm a little scared of the whole bull in a china shop sort of scenario with him.
I understand,
but we can figure out a way to make that work at some point. I've got to answer your question. I've got to buy a camera that is that's Wi-Fi, and that's the answer, is to be able to take the camera in there and show the dogs where it's live on here. And it's just it's a camera that I've got to buy. It's like $600-700, and I need to get it. We've talked about getting it. I'm going to get it. I just hadn't done it yet. You're
going to figure out how to get your iPhone to where it'll do that.
Yeah. I think my iPhone has to be connected to the wire, and so the wire only has a certain reach to it. So I could potentially turn it and point it at the dogs if I got them to stand here in the corner or something. But again, then I worry about Rizzo gets kind of excited. I worry about Rizzo just deciding to jump up on the table.
Okay. Well, number two, when can we see what your studio looks like? Because I always see is your light switch and you and Chase over there with the good-looking background.
Let's see.
Is that another question of getting a new camera?
Nope. I've been able to do that before. Let's see. I'm going to hook this up. Maybe this will. We'll see if this lets me do it. I'm waiting for this to register.
I didn't mean to cause you work.
Oh, no, you're good. It's not a big thing. So I've got this connected. Let's see. Trust. That's fine. So I'm waiting for this to pop up on here. It hasn't yet. Once it does, I can.
It's amazing how much of a delay there is.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, it's not wanting to pop up. It's not there. Let's see. I'm looking for. Yeah, see, it's not. It's not wanting to do that. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I've done it before. For whatever reason, it doesn't like it right now. Let me try one thing. Hold on. Let's see. I mean, we're just at this point. Technology doesn't really matter. Let's see. Yeah, nope. It's not picking up. I'll have to figure it out. It's a good question, but I'll find a way to show you the studio. There's not a lot to it. There's a soundboard, a compressor, this big camera, the big computer that I'm on, which is a monstrosity. And then Chase's chair over there has a mic just like mine. But we operate his camera is a different camera that's a more of a remote camera. So it's a little further away.
Mm-hmm. Third and final question. We've heard your story of how you came to be on Rebel Grove multiple times. I didn't start paying attention to Rebel Grove until Hugh Freeze stuff, so I don't know what all went on before that. When do we hear Chase's story of how he got to be on Rebel Grove?
He got to be
and
on
Jeffries.
Yeah, well, I can tell you both of them. So my first year here, I started in 2008, and I was the only person here in town covering Ole Miss. And so I basically was covering football, basketball, baseball, recruiting. It was an overwhelming job. I was like, wait a minute, this is not what I bargained for. I'm cool with working, but this is insane. I mean, it felt like all I did was work, and I never had a moment to even catch my breath. And so I hired him to help to cover baseball and help with football. And at first, he came over just basically making peanuts, and he did a good job. And so we tried to extend his role, pay him enough to be able to keep him full time. And then a few years later, Jeffrey reached out to me. We were starting to really try to branch into video. And basically, to Jeffrey's credit, and I give him a lot of credit, he basically lied and said he knew all this video stuff. And he didn't, but I gave him the camera, and I said, well, figure out how to do this. And to his credit, he spent 3 or 4 days and just crammed it and kind of figured out how to do it. And he became a really valuable part of what we did. Jeffrey is the reason that the podcast went from sounding like crap to sounding pretty good. And Jeffrey is the reason that we started to really learn about technology and learn about quality and learn about how to run a soundboard and some of those things. And this product isn't what it is today without Jeffrey. And I wrote about this in my column today. This summer, when I made up my mind that I was not going to be dependent on anyone else ever again, Jeffrey played a huge role in helping me. And, you know, he was in Memphis and he just got married and he had a job, and his job was stressful because sports talk radio when there are no sports is hard. And yet he took my call time after time, and I'm trying to learn Adobe Audition. I'm trying to figure stuff out. I'm like, how do I do this? And how do I do that? And how do I do this? And a couple of times I was really frustrated, and he sat there with me on the phone and guided me through it. And there was that moment where I called him and I said, I just figured it out. I did it. And I'm sure he thought, thank God. But instead it was, hey, that's awesome. You know, he was a big help to me. I mean, I wrote about this, but I'll say it here for the people that don't read rebelgrove.com or don't read what I wrote. There were 3 people that really helped me in this field in 2020, and I mentioned them all by name this year. One is Jay Tate. I know Jay comes across as crazy and all that stuff. Jay got in his car in September and drove to Oxford from Auburn, came here that day, and helped me adjust audio levels because it was just so if you could see, I wish I could show you the wires. They're everywhere, and he helped set that up. And wait a minute, I think it just popped up, so I think I'm gonna be able to show you. All right, let's see if this will let me do it. Yep, hold on. That's my screensaver. That's Carson and Caroline when they were little. That's a picture of Campbell. All right, here we go. So can you see that? You'll be able to see it in a minute.
Yeah, I got a delay.
Yeah, you got a delay. You got a delay, so you'll pick it up in a second. So this is the compressor there, the Multicom Pro XL.
Oh, okay.
And that's our soundboard. So that's where Chase sits right there. And then this is me. This is my setup right here. So that I'm on that big screen. I've got all that stuff running on that screen. So I've got it's called Ecamm. I've got our YouTube studio running. I've got internet, obviously. I've got all that. I've got another computer here that I use for reference. There's the TV that we use. It's on Fox Sports Oklahoma right now. And then there's my light. And then Chase's light is behind that. You can't see it. So this is my mic right here. And then everything else is back in here. It's just we've got an extra chair. Murray the Moose is kind of become the mascot of the MPW Digital Studio. So that's really it. And then that's the room. That's the door. That's all that. So take that off now. So he came over here and helped me fix all that. Drove over here on his own, and it was a huge help. A big help. We drove around Oxford. I needed to get some equipment. He helped me figure out what equipment I needed to get. Another was Gabe DeArmond, who runs the Power Mizzou site, who was just kind of a person I could, and I helped Gabe some too, but there were some times when I was really frustrated, and Gabe was kind of my guy. And then the other was Jeffrey. I mean, Jeffrey was a big help this summer, bouncing ideas off and things like that. And that dude's a grinder, man. Jeffrey Wright's a grinder, and he was a monumental help.
So Jeffrey turned a lie into a radio gig in Memphis.
He did.
Impressive.
It is. He is a grinder. That's what he is. He's a hustler. And I tell my kids this all the time, and I mean this. This is one trait that bypasses talent, that has nothing to do with your sex or your race or your age or your background or anything, is if you're a hustler, you have a chance. If you're not a hustler, your chances are limited. But if you hustle, I don't care if you're male, female, white, black, Hispanic, old, young, rich, poor, if you hustle, you got a shot. I've learned that. That's what people ask me. One of the things I learned in 2020, it was that, because I saw some people who didn't hustle, and I saw and they didn't get through it as well as others who did. I'll give myself that. There's no fear of work. I've never been afraid of work, and I'll give myself that. And Jeffrey has that too. Jeffrey will work his ass off.
Good deal. You talking about how bad 2020 was? I feel guilty because I never missed a day of work. I made more money this year than I've ever made in my life.
That's
awesome. Everybody freaked out and started, hey, let's order stuff online. And UPS, we've been rocking and rolling. I know FedEx and DHL and the post office, everybody's just been overwhelmed this year. And, man, we're having a good year.
That's great. Yeah, you know what? That's awesome. I'm a capitalist. I'm for people making money. I want everybody to go make money. Go, and so good for you. I mean, you guys provide a service that people need, and I mean, you know, when the package doesn't arrive on time, it sucks. When the package arrives on time, it's awesome, and you guys are the ones that make it happen.
We do our best.
Yeah, that's what you get paid to do. That's right, because it's along those lines. I mean, you hustle, right? And that's kind of become one of my words. I've used it with my kids. And I'll tell you a little anecdote in my house, and it's made me really proud of her. So Campbell came home from Arkansas a few times pre-COVID, and she would talk about this girl at Reed Hall, her dorm room at Arkansas, who had a spray tan machine. And so girls, before they would go out and stuff or go to a formal or a football game or whatnot, they'd go get a spray tan, because they wanted to look good for the Instagram pictures, if we're being honest. And so she would charge them, $15, $20 per spray tan. And she'd have them lined up outside of her room. Well, Caroline, my middle child, heard that. And so she asked for a spray tan machine for Christmas, and she got one. And, man, she has been making money. She started an Instagram page, and she's had people coming in and out of this house the last 3 nights getting spray tans. And I'm like, see, I've never had to worry about her. She's a hustler, and that's good. And I mean that in a good way. So yeah, you find out who's got it and who doesn't, and it's as simple as that. It's are you willing to work or not? I'm convinced of that.
All right, well, have yourself a good night. I'll go off here and let somebody else call in.
All right, Shaggy, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you.
Bye. 10:15. It's 45 minutes. 45 minutes left in 2021 if you live on the East Coast. I guess if you're in Europe, you're already in 2021. Happy New Year. Got an hour and 44 minutes left here on the Central Time Zone. Learned a lot in 2020. No, I don't have a favorite, Ryan. Ryan says, is she the favorite? Nope. They're all three. You love them all in different ways for different reasons, but no, I know you're messing around. There's no favorite. They're all awesome. One of my regrets is we don't have a fourth. I wish we would have had 4. I wish we would have just kept going. We stopped after 2 because I think we were going to quit, and then I wanted a third child. Wasn't that I wanted a boy? I just wanted a third child. And we wish we hadn't stopped. We wish we would have had 4. Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neil. This is Brian from Brandon.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Brian with an I or a Y?
It's an I.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, I was just wondering, if you had to compare what Steve Robertson's head smelled like, what would you compare it to?
What his head smells like?
Yes.
So, all right. So when I was a little kid in Louisiana, and I would go downstairs in the mornings before I got ready for a day at Hillcrest Elementary School, I would, my mom would wash my head in the sink. I'd lay on the counter, and I'd lean my head back, and she'd wash my head. She'd wash my hair in the sink. And sometimes she had to run the Disposal because the water would back up or whatever. And when she ran the Disposal, it kind of smelled like rotten eggs. It was this really unpleasant smell. And I remember there are two smells I remember was she would do that, and then after she washed my hair, sometimes, and I really enjoyed having my hair washed because she would scratch the top of my head. I loved that, and she would put lemon juice or in water and mix it, and then she'd pour that over my head, and then she'd rinse that out, and then I was finished. I don't know why. I guess whatever. But I remember those two smells, one being unpleasant, the rotten egg smell, and then one being very pleasant to my nose and my senses, and that was the warm lemon water. I'm going to guess that his hair smells more like the rotten eggs than it does the lemon water.
I'm going to guess the same thing. Honestly, just by the looks of it, I could just assume that it smells the same way. and second question, what's your go-to beer? What do you go to the most?
Bell's Two Hearted.
Bell's Two Hearted.
The Bell's Two Hearted Ale.
Have you ever?
It's my favorite.
Have you ever tried any Southern Prohibition stuff from Hattiesburg?
I have. I'm trying to remember which ones I've had. I've had a couple that I liked. For whatever reason, the Bell stuff just always works for me. But, yeah, I've had some of that. Yeah. I've had some of the stuff from Wiseacre in Memphis that I like a lot.
I got you.
Some of the stuff from Birmingham's really good. Yeah, I always try to support the local beers because I think that's cool.
Yeah, there's I spent about 8 years in Baton Rouge before I moved up here to Brandon, probably about a year ago or so. But they had a brewery down there in Baton Rouge called Tin Roof. I don't know if they sell it up there in Oxford or not, but it's man, they have a really good, just like kind of crushable IPA called Voodoo, and it's fantastic. I don't know if they have it up there in Oxford.
I think I have seen that.
It's great.
I think I have seen that.
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. You should try it if you haven't or not.
So I found I'd not seen it, and I saw it and grabbed it. It was a Bell's Double IPA, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's Lampshade is the name of it. I'd never heard of it before. I'd never seen it, and I saw it and grabbed it.
Okay.
And I only grabbed a 6-pack of it. I got it on Christmas Eve or the 23rd. It's fantastic. I mean, I've never seen it anywhere else, so the next time I see it, I'm going to grab all of it that they have.
Yeah. Have you ever had the Bell's Hop Slam?
I've not had that.
I want to say
I don't know if I've ever
seasonal, seen it. And I can't remember when it comes out or not, what time of the year it comes out or not, but it is fantastic. If you like hoppy beers, it is fantastic.
And in the summer, I love the Bell's Oberon. It's fantastic. To me, it's perfect.
Bell's just has fantastic products, no matter what the season or what the product is. It's awesome.
Some of it with me is sentimentality. That's what they sell on the taps at Wrigley at a lot. And you know, so I go to a game at Wrigley and it's a nice day and I get a beer and you're sitting there and Wrigley's beautiful and you're watching the Cubs and it's kind of, you know, we all have our happy place and that's kind of my happy place. And so I think that's a lot of it. You know, if it were disassociated from that, I wouldn't necessarily prefer it over some of the others, but I think there's a little bit of it just makes me feel good kind of a thing. But Alex Martin says Hop Slam is the jam, so I'll have to look for that next time I see it. I don't know that I've ever seen that anywhere.
Yeah, it's seasonal, so I don't know. Like I said, I can't remember when it comes out, but it's fantastic. It's got a lot of hops in it, and it's really full bodied, and man, it's awesome. It's good. If you ever see it, pick it up.
All right, Brett in the chat says Founders is better than Bell's. I've seen Founders. Where's that? Where's that brewery?
I want to say it's Michigan, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I've seen Founders, and I don't know that I've ever tried it. Tell me, Brett, what a couple of Founders brews that I should be looking for, because I'll be happy to give it a shot. It's that's part of my problem, if I'm honest, Brian, is that like some people say, do you like beer or do you like bourbon or do you like wine? And I'm like, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I like it all.
It's kind of like
you just like well-made stuff, right? You like stuff that has attention and focus put into it. Like it's you don't want like a Bud Light that just like anybody can drink. You want something that like you know that has some focus put into it, and you know that is made for a certain type of person, I guess.
The only time, Brian, that I like a Bud Light or a Coors Light or whatever, and those beers are fine, but the only time that I like one is if I've been out doing the yard on a really hot day, for whatever reason, one of those hits the spot, or just like a plain Coors. Yeah. But if I'm just sitting down and I'm enjoying a beer, I'd rather have something that was well made. By the way, he says Founders is also in Michigan. Luke Jenkins says it's good, but it's not as widely available. He says, let's see, Brett says a KBS and a CBS with Founders. So I'll look for it. I'll be happy to give that a shot. No problem.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Hey, I appreciate everything y'all do, man. I listen in every time. It's awesome. Appreciate y'all.
Well, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Happy New Year.
All right, Happy New Year.
Blue Streak says this show is hard for recovering alcoholics. Yeah, man, I'm sure. I'm sorry. Wiseacre, Jindu says Wiseacre in Memphis has good stuff. Tiny Bomb, Ananda are both solid. Yep, they both are. They're both good. Both good beers. Brett's more of a critic. He says Wiseacre's all right. Or as Nick Saban would say, it's aight. Shaggy says, I'll let this go. It's fine. Shaggy says, Fat Tire and Bud Light are the only things I drink. I like Fat Tire, okay. There was a time that I thought Fat Tire was really good, and then I saw other stuff. Jason McDuffie says, as a Cubs fan growing up in Mississippi watching WGN, is Harry Carey the best? I liked Harry. But when I was a kid, I was maybe too young to fully appreciate Harry Carey. And so I wanted more baseball and less stuff. So sometimes I didn't appreciate him as much as I probably would now had I been in my 30s or 40s watching the Cubs when Harry Carey was there. Hudson, good night to you as well. Thank you for your support in 2020. Like you, I'm glad it's done. Looking forward to working with you and you being a big part of what we do in 2021. Hope you continue to feel better. Benny Boy says nothing like a good old glass of Old Aristocrat. Samaki Walker's kid plays for Colorado. He's the best high school player he ever saw other than LeBron. That's Mark Angelou says that. All right, phone lines are still open. If you guys want to call, it's 10:26 Central, 11:26 Eastern Time. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Marv, South Georgia. How's it going, Neil?
Hey, Marv, how are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. It's good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, man. I apologize. I've been doing the family thing tonight. I haven't got to listen to the show, so if I'm
it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Go run. Need run some laps, do some push-ups, and
you're not lying, dude. I had the COVID about 3 weeks ago, so the quarantine 15 is set in for real. So I do need to do that.
You doing okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was very mild. The worst part was, I've got a 6-month-old first-time dad, so getting home the 23rd of December was the worst part. I was scared I was going to miss Christmas, but I was trying to quarantine and isolation and take care of the family. So no, it wasn't bad for me. Just the being apart from the family was the worst part.
Oh, sure, I can only imagine. Your poor wife.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Absolutely. But how's everything going for y'all tonight? I apologize. I was doing the family thing. Didn't get to listen for the first part.
We're good. Yeah, it's just me. We've been going for 3 hours and 13 minutes and just having some fun, ringing out.
I heard that. That's a grind. Hey, I've got a few talking points if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
First one, my philosophy from a kid to I'm 30 years old now has changed. Growing up, I loved fireworks. on New Year's and 4th of July. Now that I have a newborn and 2 dogs that hate it and go crazy throughout the house, what are your thoughts on fireworks in the neighborhood?
Well, about similar to yours. My dogs don't like them. And then it wasn't that long ago, a few years ago, one of our neighbors lit his yard on fire doing fireworks. And I went over to try to help put the thing out and got my shoe caught on fire. So I'm just not I'm not a big firework guy. It's not my thing. I don't mind. I love watching them if they're professionally done, but that whole amateur firework thing where I just have this image of someone getting their eye put out, it's not my jam.
No, I completely agree. No, I was the one that, growing up, I loved the shooting the bottle rockets and the Roman candles, but now as an adult listening just to the big booms from a block away and, the dogs going crazy inside the house and the baby waking up, it's just, you realize, kind of how, I don't know. I'm not trying to be, old man yell at clouds, but it kind of makes you that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Circle of life a little bit. Yep.
It really is. But no, that was one thing I had to ask you. The other one, what was your New Year's dinner?
Tonight?
Yeah.
So both of the girls are gone. It was just me and Laura and Carson. We got Domino's pizza thin crust.
Dude, there's nothing wrong.
No,
I've gotten to where I enjoy a little the Philly steak thin crust it's underrated at Domino's. Okay. Give it a try.
Well, if Laura's listening, she's probably rolling her eyes right now because she asked me, she goes, "What do you think about the Philly steak?" And I said, "That sounds terrible."
No, it's underrated, man. I promise.
All right. Yeah, we only do pizza about once every couple months because, I try to watch my figure. But
Sure.
Yeah, tonight it was just none of us wanted to cook, and she worked until 2:00, and I was doing work most of the day, and then I ran some errands, and I did some Peloton stuff, and the girls were busy, and I just didn't want to cook. She didn't want to cook, so we were just like, we'll just call Domino's, and there was no wait, and so yeah, and their thin crust is super underrated.
No, it definitely is. I actually appreciate the square cut slices as opposed to traditional triangle.
Agreed.
I feel like that allows for more crunch on the edges, which in my opinion is the best part.
You know what else it does?
To me, their design through cutting makes them one of the better, mass chain produced pizzas in the country.
I agree. And the other thing about the way they cut it is that you don't spend as much time and I know most people are not this way, but I'll count slices.
Sure.
And when you do the little cuts like that, I don't count. And so actually it lets me enjoy it more than if I'm counting slices, because if I have 2 slices, I'm fine. If I start a 3rd slice, I start thinking about calories because I'm weird. And when they do it this way, I don't think about it that way. And I actually think I get to enjoy it, though, because we don't do that, but once every couple of months. And so, yeah, I like it.
No, that's completely understandable. My wife and I have gotten in arguments about, I guess, how much of the pizza you should be able to eat in one sitting, and that's because of that reason. Because you can eat, a third or a quarter of the pizza without counting the number of slices, and it kind of gets away from you. So that kind of goes towards that. And I mean, obviously, if you're counting the slices, it doesn't go that extreme. But when you're not, it definitely you can enjoy more because it's how they cut it. You can enjoy more, and you don't think about it as much.
Yeah, I agree. So we've been asking people more about. You've been asking me questions. I'll ask you one. What's the one positive? Everybody's got negatives from 2020, but what's the one positive that you're taking out of 2020?
So, man, here was my toast tonight, and I'll share with you. Obviously, with COVID, so many lives have been affected, and both my parents had COVID. I've had COVID. My sisters had COVID, but we've been very blessed as far as no fatalities or casualties in the family. And then we welcomed my wife and I's firstborn this June, and I've had people ask me about how it's having a baby in COVID, kind of has it been terrible? Has it been good? And it's been a blessing for us just from the fact of, you know, saying a distraction sounds kind of bad, but you've had that something to focus on, and to give your energy and your time to. So having that person in your life, in this case a child, has been an amazing, you know, escape from the world around you. And it's also given you motivation, you know,
Sure.
to make sure you're taking the precautions necessary to keep your family safe. And you know, and obviously now, you know, I haven't been to a restaurant in months, and typically that would be hard, but when you got a child and a wife to look after, you know, it makes it easier. So I would say my family, and specifically my daughter, has definitely been a bright spot in this year. And, you know, it's definitely made it easier to look into. And, you know, obviously everybody wants to go out and go to dinner and be social, but when you can look back and say, okay, I'm doing this for this specific reason, it definitely makes it easier. So I would definitely say that is without question the biggest blessing of 2020 for us.
So you're the second new dad who's called in. Were you allowed to go back and be part of the birth?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool.
We checked in, you know, I think we checked in that day, and then they allowed us or allowed me to stay in. They just basically said, you know, once y'all come in and check in, you cannot leave throughout the duration. And I was okay with that.
Sure.
And it was a pleasant experience. You know, I'm not sure what, you know, childbirth is like in a normal circumstance. I have an older brother and an older sister, and I can remember kind of waiting in the waiting room for them to have their child, and then going back and meeting the baby, and, you know, speaking and talking and hugging with the family. But that also kind of made it more special. You know, we had those 48 hours where it was just my wife, myself, and our daughter before we exited the hospital. So that did make it a little more special, that we had that time where it was just us. And I'm sure it was hard, especially, I live in Georgia now. My family's still in Mississippi. And so they didn't get to come see and visit for 2 or 3 weeks. But, you know, it did make it special that it was just our family for those first 48, 72 hours. So it was hard on some, I'm sure, but looking back, it was special for us as a family.
Yeah, that's awesome. What are you looking forward to most in 2021? What's got you the most hopeful?
I mean, not to, again, to say truly, you know, kind of cheesy, sentimental. My daughter's 6 months old. She's growing like a weed, man. She's getting so aware and so just developing, you know, and just the experiences we're going to make in the next, you know, 12 months is pretty exciting. And hopefully the world kind of opens back up and we can go and visit my family more. That's what we were talking recently. You know, we've had COVID the last, you know, 3 or 4 weeks. So, you know, we've even talked about once we get the vaccine, you know, whenever it happens, maybe making a trip to Mississippi and making a big loop and seeing all our friends. But really just the opening back up and then getting back to normal and getting to see family, getting to see friends, getting to go back out and experiencing the world as it should be. I think that's definitely something we're looking forward to. But I'm sure that's everybody. I mean,
sure.
How about y'all, Neal? I mean, you got kids, you know, going back to Arkansas, and another daughter. I'm assuming going to Arkansas. So I assume yours is kind of on that same level.
Yeah, I think for me, it's in my mind, everything's kind of like bargaining for August. I'm kind of willing to do whatever to get to August. I want August to be normal, you know, for Caroline, and you know, I want her to be able to have a normal freshman year. And Carson starts high school in August. I want that to be as normal as possible. That's about it. I mean, you know, I'm kind of like we've gone this long, and I'll be glad when my parents live here. They're 78. I'll be glad when they can get the vaccine. I know they stress out about it, and they hear about, you know, spikes, and, you know, I think
like my father, he's kind of made the joke for a long time. He makes what he calls the poor man circle. He wakes up in the morning, he goes to work, he gets off, he comes home, and he does it all over again. So to him, you know, 2020 has been obviously not normal, but semi-normal. So he's just he's ready for his grandkids and his kids to open back up, because he's gonna just, in his own words, make his poor man circle. So his thoughts are more on his kids and grandkids. So I assume that's kind of more the same for you as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you're already experiencing this, right? I mean, your child's 6 months old, and your life kind of revolves around her, and that doesn't, if anything, that only intensifies as you get older and as she gets older. So, and then when you have more of them, it just multiplies. So, yeah, I just, I've joked about this throughout, but it's kind of true. I work from here. I mean, I've covered a full season of Ole Miss football and part of a season of Ole Miss basketball now without talking in person to anybody that I cover. It's all Zoom or phone calls or text, and we've covered an entire recruiting cycle now without talking to kids in person.
I do have a question for you. Do you find it harder to wake up and take a shower and kind of make your pot of coffee and separate that, especially with COVID, where maybe, your wife Laura's home or your kids are home more, or do you kind of find yourself in that lull of, okay, it's COVID, it's quarantine, I can kind of, whatever, or are you able to make that separation since you normally do work at home anyway?
It's just different. I answered this earlier, something similar, not the exact same question, but something similar. From day one, I told myself that, hey, I'm just going to push. I'm going to push through this. Yeah. And then this summer, I kept telling myself, if there's a football season, I'm going to make the most of it. If there's a football season, I'm going to do whatever I got to do. I mean, I wrote about this today. I mean, I this computer that I'm looking at right now, which is a little more than $5,000, I told myself that if there's a football season, I'm buying it. And the day that I thought, you know what, they're going to play, I bought it. And
that's awesome, man. You got to have that mentality, though. It's kind of, betting on yourself, and not betting on yourself, but betting on the mental progression of the country and the state of mind. And,
all
of that.
It is kind of betting on yourself, though, isn't it? It's you're saying, hey, I can do this. I'm going to push. Like there were some people that were like, hey, why don't you guys do the podcast the way that you used to do them? And I'm like, well, because what do we talk about? It was like, we're going to have to do something different. And so, I started doing long form interviews, which was, something I'm good at. And I'd get people and I'd keep them 45 minutes to an hour. And luckily, I've been in this a long time, and I was able to get people to come on. And I reached out to some people who I've always admired their work, and they weren't as busy now because of COVID, and I got them on, and we did those kind of shows, and some people loved those shows, and some people hated those shows, and this is the first time that I think I've ever said these words. I did those shows for me. I didn't do those shows for the listener, if I'm totally honest. I did those shows for me. I did those shows because they made me feel like I was doing something good. They made me feel like I was relevant. They made me feel like it was interesting. They made me feel motivated to do another one. It wasn't, and I knew that some people were like, hey, but what I want the old podcast because that's what I'm used to. And it was like, yeah, but I can't, in my mind, what I couldn't say out loud was I can't do that right now. I'm not in a mental place to do that podcast. I'm not in a mental place to sit here and talk about an Ole Miss football season that there were times this summer that I wasn't particularly optimistic was going to happen. And so it was, I've got to do the kind of shows that are good for my mental health, that are good for my mental outlook. And then once it became obvious that, hey, we're going to have a football season, okay, now I'll go back and I'll do the shows that I know my listeners want. And I know that's kind of selfish, but it was kind of my mindset, and it worked. It worked for me because there were some times where I think if I'd had to go and pretend and do the kind of podcast that I had, do the kind of podcast that people were used to, I think I would have lost my mind. I think I would have like just yelled into the vacuum a little bit, like this is stupid. Why are we, like, for example, people would send stuff like, what do you think? How do you think Ole Miss matches up with Baylor? And I would want to scream at the thing. Ole Miss isn't going to play Baylor. You know, I mean,
that's what I didn't want to interject with you, but I think that was better for your brand and your product overall, because it would have, to steal kind of the word that I kind of, that it gets thrown around a little bit on the board is disingenuous. But no one wants to hear about the 2 deep or the Baylor outlook in July when no one knew it was going to happen. So I think that is good for your mental health, but also for everybody, that was listening, because it was kind of an escape from, okay, it might happen. But your interviews with the people at Cathead, with Robin Tannehill, with the investigative reporter from the case, from the Oxford, the frat guy or whatever. But that was what was going on then and now, and that was what kind of everybody was interested in. So it wasn't just an escape from sports and what may or may not have happened, but you also did some relevant with the news then. So, from a listener's perspective, that was what I wanted from a person that I enjoyed listening to from the day. So that was really cool for me that turns out that was also what you wanted to do. So I think it worked out for you and obviously for your subscribers and your listeners. So I think it worked out, Neal. So kudos, man. Kudos.
Well, thank you. Yeah, like I said, I told a friend this on Christmas morning. 2020 was the worst year of my professional life, and it was the best year of my professional life, all at the same time. And I know that sounds really weird, but it was a weird year, and in some ways, personally, it was the same thing. There were some moments this spring in this house when we're fighting over Wi-Fi, and the kids were losing their minds, and I was used to kind of having the house to myself in the mornings, and all of a sudden everyone's in the house, and I thought we're never going to get to the other side of this, and and then as the year kind of went on, this is the closest we've ever been as a family. The 5 of us.
I read something, an article on that was it retaught, it referenced back to, I know you like to say Schitt's Creek, and it was Rob Lowe's podcast, literally it's the podcast, and he had Catherine O'Hara on it, and he was like, and she said it was kind of funny, because obviously in the show there are 2 grown kids, Danny Levy and the daughter, I don't remember her name, lives with
Alexis.
The yeah. And it was kind of we've had people message us about, you taught us how to talk to our kids through humor and through reality, because in some instances, it was the grown kids moving back home with the parents, and there are those awkward situations where you don't know how to handle it, you don't know how to talk to your grown kids. And so I thought that was kind of an interesting perspective of, Schitt's Creek, which is obviously a satire, comedy, but it does bring up real life of kids are talking to their parents in ways they never had before.
I'll tell you a funny story. So, and I know people are like, oh my God, how long are you guys going to talk? But it is a funny story that people will laugh at in the stream too, I think. It was May. I think it was late April, early May, and things had been tense here. And so I looked at Campbell one day and I said, "What do you drink?" And she looked at me like, "Wait, what?" And I said, "What do you drink? What do you drink? Like wine coolers or beer or what?" And you can tell in her mind she's going, "Is this a trick question? Is this
a real question?
Yeah, is he trapping me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what do you drink? Do you guys do you drink those the seltzer things? What is it you drink?" And she's like, "Well, so sometimes I get someone to go buy me a bottle of Burnett's, the vodka." And I'm like, "That's trash vodka, And so I said, "What else?" And she's like, "Well, sometimes we get those, whatever they are. I can't remember I've never had one. It's a seltzer, something or another." And I said, "Okay." And I go that morning, and I stock the fridge with some of that stuff. And I'm like, "We're all in this together. As long as you don't drive, I don't care. If you want to have one of those, if that helps you take the edge off, you want to have 2 of them, you want to fix yourself a mixed drink, it's okay. No, you can't drive, but it's okay. And it was like we had some moments like that where it's like we're going to get through this. You know, we're all going to do this.
Yeah, you understand each other. Because
you know,
it's one of those as a parent. It's like, you know, your 18, 21-year-old drinks. You just don't. Don't talk about it. But when you're stuck together for 3 months, like, that's a realization you have to have.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm coping by having a drink sometimes. So if you want to have a drink, it's fine, you know. And so she's like, well, you know, I like that Skinny Girl Cosmopolitan. I'm like, all right, if I see it, I'm going to get it, you know. And, you know, and it's like, is it okay if I take a glass of this up? I'm like, I don't care if you take the bottle up. I mean, this is 2020. We're just trying to get through it. So, yeah, it's
that's hilarious. Man. That's the realest thing. 2020, man. You ended it on a bang.
Hey, thanks for the call, Marv. Happy New Year.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all be good. Always a big fan, man. Be safe. See
Thank you. Bye. The tilapia of vodka. Yeah, I was like, that is trash. That's horrible. Like, you need to try something better. Try Cathead or Absolute or Kettle One or something. Do better. Let's see. Jason says, my wife thinks my opinion, outranks hers in the house. Is that true? Jason, I'd have to say no. That's probably a dangerous place for you to go. 10:49 Central, 11:49 Eastern. Y'all, we're getting closer. Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neal, how's it going, Zach?
Hey, Zach.
How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good.
Good deal. I really appreciate what y'all doing. It's been a blessing having y'all on. Hand raised guys every Thursday night. Awesome to talk to you. Got a funny story about you talking about drinking.
Yeah.
My stepson was going out tonight, and I had a bottle of Jefferson's Ocean sitting on the counter. And I was like, you know, if you're going to drink and drive, let me know. Call me. I'll come pick you up. And I said, matter of fact, I'll just offer you a drink. He looked at me like I was crazy. What is this? And he thought it was some cheap bourbon or something. I said, man, it's a nice bottle of bourbon.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing what kids see these days as what's good alcohol.
Yeah.
But two, another funny story about your number that y'all have, the calling number. After the Alabama game, I tried to call y'all like 20 times. And my wife looked at my phone the day before or the day after and was like, who is this number from Oxford you're trying to call? at literally, like, it's like midnight.
Yeah.
You know, y'all went in kind of late that night. And
it's like the Jake from State Farm commercial.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, my God. And literally tonight I was able to show her on the screen, this is the number. And so it's a blessing that you're on tonight to have a better New Year's Eve.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we're here to help. Yeah, she's
and I really do appreciate it. It's been awesome. I mean, even from the get-go of y'all's podcast, it's been a great podcast just to listen to. It's gotten us through this awful year. It's just been awesome to be able to listen to y'all on Thursdays and every day that y'all have.
Well, I mean, it's been a big part of what we've done too. You know, it's I don't know. We talked about, you know, because before this we always did our show in the morning, and I was like, as soon as it happened, I told Chase, I'm like, we can't do morning shows anymore. And we couldn't do morning shows in large part because my Wi-Fi couldn't handle it, because Campbell had classes at University of Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
Online, and Caroline had classes at Oxford High School, and Carson had whatever the hell he had. I don't know. God, that was another deal entirely. And then, you know, Campbell's an exercise freak, and she was losing her mind, and so she wanted to get on the Peloton, and the Peloton eats Wi-Fi, and Carson wanted to play his PS4, and that eats Wi-Fi, and everybody was just killing each other. And I was like, hey, look, man, we're going to have to wait till the afternoon, till they're done to even try. And so, you know, frankly, I was like, we should do it every night. And he didn't want to do that. And I understood why he didn't want to do that. But, you know, we've kind of started to figure it out. I don't know.
That's been a great thing listening to y'all. I got a question about Hugh Freeze. I hate to bring it up, but
okay,
since you know a lot about it,
okay,
and I'm from Memphis, and I know his high school history, how in the hell does that man have a job in football?
Today, because he's got a job at a place that's a perfect fit for him. He got a job.
I mean,
You know,
the stuff in the past. I mean, there's high school stuff with underage girls that's true. And I know you're not going to speak to it, but I can because I don't have any journalistic credibility. But I mean, there's so much stuff out there, and I just wonder how he gets through all of the background checks and everything else. I mean, not just the stripper calls, not just the massage therapist, but there's a lot more to that story that people know. I'm just kind of shocked that he's even in football at all.
Well, like I said, he's at one place that they can kind of market, if for lack of a better word, the redemption.
Yeah, their president was a great redemption story, isn't he? The one they got now.
Yeah. So I think that's a lot of it. I mean,
yeah.
Look, here's all you have to know about Freeze, and I've said this before, and this isn't me picking on Hugh or whatever, but Hugh's got the best agent in the business, and he walked away from $17 million.
That's an amazing take on that. I heard you say that on a podcast, I guess this week, and I was like, with Jimmy Sexton as an agent like that is true. I never even thought about that, but it's a very true statement.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's.
Well, have a good New Year's, Neal. I got to get off, but
right.
I really appreciate taking the call and
all right,
everything I'll do.
Thank you.
All right.
Part of my problem right now is my bottle of wine is empty, and I don't know that anybody's awake to bring me anything. I think my wife's gone to bed. 10:54, 11:54 Eastern, 6 minutes away. I hadn't even looked to see like what's on the networks or whatever. Remember when Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve or whatever was the thing? That was such a big deal. Oh, it's still on. It's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest 2021. 10:54 Central, 11:54 Eastern. We'll at least stay together till they ring in the New Year. And I could leave the stream up and go get some wine or get some bourbon poured in a glass. I could do that. I might do that here in a minute. Leave it up. How many people are on the stream here? 105? That's amazing. No, I have lots of booze, Mark. It's in another room, and there's nobody to get it for me, and I'm pretty sure my wife has gone to bed. She probably had no idea this was going to be this long. But she's cool with it. Laura's been awesome this year. All years, but this year. She's been super supportive. I mean, I wrote in the thing she's been a rot this year, not just for me, but our family. Everybody else lost it at least once this year, self included. She never did. She just kept going. Yeah, I've got some. Yeah, Alex, you're right. I got some Woodford. I've got lots of stuff in there. So 10:56 now. 4 minutes to go. Evan says she's not used to you taking long. It's true. I don't know what Carson's doing. I bet Carson's upstairs playing PS4, playing with his friends. He gets on his friends and they play FIFA and they play NBA 2K, whatever it is. He talks to his friends and he's got some sort of a game that they play. It's weird. Turn on It's Raining Men and go get some booze. I could go get my bottle of Old Soul in there. All right, yeah, y'all hang tight. I'm gonna go get a little something. I'll be right back. Be back in time to ring in the new year. Y'all can talk amongst yourselves for a minute. All right, I'm back. UPS says, okay, he's gone. Who's going to burn the joint down? I've actually got what's a little bit left of what's Jefferson's Ocean, so it motivated me to pour that. 10:58, just 2 minutes left on the East Coast in this year. We should all be proud of ourselves that we made it. All right, I'm in front. I can take the phones again if anybody wants to call. Feels weird to look at the pictures of New York and the empty. Most of you guys are like me, right? You're used to this being crowds in New York, people packed in Times Square, and it's not that way. Maybe next year. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, man, it's Marshall. Happy New Year.
Hey, Marshall, Happy New Year to you.
So first, I think you guys have just done an awesome job this year, and you know, when stuff got tough, you doubled down and created more content that made all of our lives more enjoyable. So I just want to thank you. You're one of the bright spots of my 2020.
Thank you.
And when you talk about Jimmy Sexton walking away from Hugh Freeze's $17 million, what does he get? 6% of that? 7% of that? 4% of that? How do the economics work?
I don't really know precisely how the economics work. My guess is that he gets, I don't know, 4.5, 5% of buyouts, salaries, whatever.
So it was so bad he didn't think making a phone call or two for, you know, $700,000. My children are screaming that I'm not watching the ball drop, but it was bad enough that he didn't think a phone call was worth $500,000 to him.
It was bad enough that I think he knew long term that they needed to walk away.
Awesome. Well, look, Happy New Year. You guys have done an awesome job. You've made my life a lot better this year. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Marshall.
We're counting down the new year here in Westchester, New York, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, they were counting it down in the background there. 2, 1. Happy New Year on the East Coast. Welcome to 2021. Thank God. Jindu says if he's in Kroger, we're going to need him to interview someone. So we're in the final hour of 2020 here on the Central Time Zone. I mean, holy shit, what a year. Pardon my French. Jeez. I mean, I get emotional looking at this, thinking about it. Damn, what a year. Whew. Sorry. So yeah, Happy New Year if you're on the East Coast. Congratulations. You made it. Just feels so weird to look at these pictures of New York and there's not the crowds that you're used to seeing in Times Square on New Year's Eve. Yep. Happy New Year, Mark, in East Tennessee. Or in Columbus, I should say. 2021 there in Columbus, Ohio. Happy New Year. Glad you made it. Got to be better than 2020. What a crazy year. Yeah, no doubt. Good riddance to 2020. I've always been careful to say I don't want to wish my life away, but I'm glad this year's gone. I'm glad 2020's done. 2021 has to be better. There's no way it's worse. I know it's famous last words, but no way. Evan says, can we talk about the real possibility that 2021 can absolutely be worse than 2020? I just don't see how. I mean, I really don't. I don't see how. We're not going to have all the presidential election crap, no matter who you were for. We're not going to have. We're going to have vaccines. We're going to have enough knowledge of COVID that I think most people are going to push to open schools. A lot. Yeah, who in the thread got through the year without getting COVID? I got it. We've had a lot of callers today call in and say they've got it. Who went through 2020 and did not get COVID? David Wells says, will we see Fluffy Shark in 2021? I think so. I actually do. Brett says, Neal, China could have released this as a test for COVID-21. Man, I can't allow myself to think like that. Mark says, but Kiffin might leave. All right, here's the one guarantee for 2021. There will be some rumor, some report of Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for somewhere. Jen Deuce, thanks. Thanks for the super chat. He says 2020 was the tilapia of the decade. Campbell's in the thread. Campbell says, I didn't get COVID as far as I know. See, I bet you did. I haven't told you this, but it's my theory, Campbell, that when you left for Fayetteville, you had it. Because you were around your mom and she had it. She just didn't know she had it. And I think you got it from her. And that's why when it went through your sorority house 2 weeks after you'd gotten there and you were with people who had it, you didn't get it. It's because you'd already had it. You were around Caroline. Caroline had it and didn't know she had it. I think you had it. I think you were asymptomatic. Yeah, but lots of people your age, Campbell, didn't have symptoms. I'm with Mark. Mark says, I think most of us have had it. That's what I think, too. I think a large percentage of people have had it and didn't know they had it. By the way, I know I'm sometimes flippant about it. For those of you out there who've lost someone to it or lost someone at all in 2021, in all seriousness, my condolences. I'm very, very sorry. I hate it. That's the worst part of 2020, that people lost loved ones to this, and I'm absolutely cognizant of that. All right, phone lines are open. At this point, we've made it this far. I want to get to midnight. We're 3 hours and 51 minutes in. 55 minutes from midnight. Gone this far, I'd like to ring in the new year with you guys. Shaggy says Laura's a super spreader. I don't know whether I don't think she was. I don't know. She spread it. I think she didn't know she had it. At 95, Ole Miss Rebel says, I did not get COVID so far as I know. Got vaccinated today. Let's hope I don't get it until I get immunity from the vaccine. Absolutely, I'll hope for that. I'm glad you got the vaccine. Tyler Fitch says, I had it last December. I had a mild cough. Tested positive for antibodies a few months later. Wow. Yeah, it was moving around before that. I'm glad you're well. Mark says, beginning of Full Metal Jacket on now. I'm good for another hour. I don't like that movie. A little harsh for me. UPS says, where are all the auburnsports.com super chats? I've done my part. You have done your part tonight, that's for sure. Yeah, Jay made a boatload of money on super chats the night that Auburn hired Brian Harsin. Crazy. Good for him. Thank you, 95 Ole Miss Rebel. That's very nice. Appreciate the gift. Hey, who do we have?
This is Brittany from Mississippi.
Hey, Brittany, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Is it Brittany or how do I spell it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to see how you think the Ohio State Clemson game is going to go tomorrow.
I think Clemson's going to win handedly, but I'm in the minority on that. I think a lot of people think it's going to be a really close game. I think Clemson's going to destroy Ohio State secondary. I I don't like the matchup for Ohio State. And I think Clemson's a lot better than people think they are. They lost that one game to Notre Dame without Trevor Lawrence, but he's going to play tomorrow.
I think it's going to be a sneaky game. I personally am a Buckeyes fan.
Oh, okay.
I think it's going to be competitive, but I do think that Clemson is one of those teams that can sneak up on them when they're not watching and end up taking the game away.
Are you from Ohio? How'd you become a Buckeyes fan?
I'm from Illinois, but I went to college at Ohio State, and then I've spoken to you before. I'm a Cubs fan. I met my husband in the Army, and now we live in Mississippi.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about the Darvish trade?
Oh, I don't know.
It's kind of sad, isn't it?
It's been an odd year. We'll just say that.
Yeah. I was a big Darvish guy. I was like, if you sticks around, I was going to be pretty pleased, but it didn't happen, and I hate that because I liked him a lot. I enjoy following him on Twitter. He seems like a really good guy, and I don't know. I kind of developed a little bit of a sentimental attachment to Darvish, but it's a business, and I get it.
Yeah, I think sometimes as fans we get attached to specific people, but when they make decisions that are best for their personal life or their financial life, it's disappointing for us, but we've got to sit there and understand that they make the decisions for their families.
Have you ever heard of Doja Cat?
Yes.
I've never heard of Doja Cat. What does she sing?
She's a rapper, a female rapper.
Okay.
It's have you like comparative to like Cardi B?
Okay.
And it's like the highly sexualized female rap.
Yeah. I can tell that she's got an interesting. She's got an interesting look to her today. She kind of has a silver, almost aluminum foil sort of look going tonight. I don't know if you're watching on ABC.
No. Well, maybe she's trying to go back to like the millennium when Y2K hit.
Yeah.
Everybody was in aluminum foil.
So my daughter's in the thread. She says LOL, OL, and she says I don't like her. she's like, my dad is so old. Yeah, the people behind her are wearing all silver, including a silver mask, and she's got her hair is kind of like looks like she wrapped it in aluminum foil. Yeah. Anyway,
that's gonna be uncomfortable.
What are you most looking forward to in 2021? What's got you excited about the new year?
We are having baby number 4.
Congratulations.
So we are going to even it up, 2 girls, 2 boys.
Okay.
And so looking forward to having our last baby.
I was going to ask, is that the last one, or are you going to go for a tiebreaker?
That is it will be the last one.
Well, that's awesome. When's the due date?
April 26th.
Oh, wow. So you're almost halfway there.
A week before my birthday.
Well, congratulations. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this a boy or a girl? Which way is it even?
This is a girl.
Okay.
Our oldest is a girl, and then our youngest will be a girl. We got 2 boys smack dab in the middle.
Well, that's great. Well, congratulations.
So, thank you.
Well, enjoy the football tomorrow. Hope your Buckeyes do well. Really appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night.
You too, Brittany. Bye. Yeah, Campbell's babysitting tonight. She's in the thread. I'm flattered, Campbell, that you're in the thread. I'm glad you're there. Hope you're having a peaceful evening babysitting. I'd never heard of Doja, whatever her name is. 11:12, 48 minutes away from 2021. I'm sure Campbell's thrilled that we're going to turn to 2021. A lot of people are. Oh, had a call. I was about to get to it. Yeah, you can mess with Campbell. She can take it. She can dish it out and take it. Hey, who do we have?
Never heard of.
Hey, who's this?
This is Raymond.
Hey, Raymond, how are you?
Good, you?
I'm great.
Well, you're doing very well. Going what? 4 hours?
Let's see. 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah,
that's
as close as you can
A
get.
little bit, if y'all know anything. I don't know anything about Indiana other than obviously they're 6-1. Have y'all done any kind of evaluation as far as matchups and what kind of team we're expecting and all that as far as the game Saturday?
In a way, I've watched Indiana a good bit this year because a really good friend of mine is the defensive coordinator there.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
so
King.
I've watched them a good bit. They try to confuse in the secondary. They're pretty good at that.
I assume they're not the top level talent like an LSU or an Alabama.
No, they're not.
But they're going to be.
No, they're
going to be very solid.
Yeah, they're pretty athletic on the defensive side. They've recruited the South a lot. They have a lot of speed on defense. They have a lot of speed on the edge. They have a pretty athletic defensive secondary. Their linebacker core is kind of average. They're not huge.
What about the line, D-line?
It's okay. They're very, very fundamentally sound. Pretty good on the edge. Okay in the middle.
Well, I mean, the LSU defensive line seemed like it overwhelmed us.
Yeah, they're not
strength and quickness wise, worse than any other matchup we had all year, including Alabama.
Yeah, no, they're not as athletic as LSU. Not many people are.
Right.
Yeah, they're not as athletic as LSU. No, they're really well coached. They have a very good scheme. They're very aggressive. Right. They struggle with running quarterbacks. Kane is really good about disguising coverages, confusing quarterbacks. They get a lot. They get a lot of interceptions. If you're Ole Miss, that's got to be a concern a little bit.
Yeah,
it's just stuff like that. You know.
What do they do offensively?
Well, this is their new quarterback, and
right.
You know, it's his
second game.
His second game. He hadn't had a game in weeks, and so no one really knows exactly what it is that they'll look to do. They're pretty good up front, as most Big Ten.
Are they no huddle?
Not much. They're gonna be a traditional Big Ten team a little bit on offense, especially with the backup quarterback. The Penix, before he got hurt, he gave him that dimension because he's so athletic.
Right.
You know, Freifogel, whose dad played at Ole Miss, has had a great year for them. Had an All-American season. They run the ball okay. They're not a dynamic offense. They're good up front, not great, but good. They're a good team. Look, I've watched them a bunch. I joke about it, but it's true. I like Big Ten football, and Indiana's a really good Big Ten team. I mean, they're the second best team in the Big Ten.
Well, judging on our last appearance against a pretty good Big Ten team, I hope it doesn't go the same way. That'd be Michigan in '91. That didn't turn out too good.
I don't think it goes like that because I think Ole Miss is able to score on people. I can tell you that I talked to Kane the day that the game was announced, and you know, he was, like most coaches, pretty locked into, and at that time he was super busy because he had taken the USA job, and you know, he was kind of picking my brain. He goes, "What?" He goes, "Why did I have to draw them? I mean, their numbers are incredible." And I was like, "Well, I mean, they're down some people." And he was like, "Well, I mean, everyone knows, you know, Lane's a highly thought of offensive mind, maybe the brightest offensive mind in college football." And he knew they'd have their hands full. I mean, I think he was relieved that Ole Miss had some opt-outs and some stuff like that. But you know, he was going to have to burn the midnight oil a little bit because he had not seen Ole Miss. He just seen the numbers and seen some highlights. He had not watched them play, and you know, he knew that even without those guys, they'd put up 48 on LSU, and he didn't want to embarrass himself on the way out the door in Bloomington as he heads, because he starts in Mobile full time Sunday.
Do we know why he stuck around and didn't want to go ahead and go to his new job?
Yeah. A lot of it's a dead period in recruiting.
Right.
Tom let him, spend some time putting a staff together at South Alabama. And here's the part that if I'm Ole Miss, this is the part that worries me a little bit. This is a special team in Indiana. They've had a special season. If you've watched them, you know that. They've kind of been everybody's darling to a degree.
Right.
It is a really close team. And Kane wanted to finish the job. He wanted to these are kids that he's close to. He's close with, that he cares for. And I think he wanted to be there with them when the season ended. I think it's as simple as that. And so, look, they're going to show up. I mean, I can tell you that they're going to show up ready to play. They're going to show up wanting to win. This has been a year that they'll remember there for a long time, and a win in a bowl game on essentially New Year's Day in Florida against an SEC team is the icing on the cake, and they definitely want to ice the cake. So they'll be ready to go. If Ole Miss is going to beat Indiana on Saturday, they're going to have to whatever cliche you want to use, bring your lunch pail, show up, whatever. They're going to have to do that because
am I grinding again?
Yeah, because Indiana's going to show up. That's why Kane's still there. He's still there because he really cares a lot about Tom Allen. He cares a lot about those kids, and I think he wants this season to end the way that they feel they deserve. They think they got screwed. Okay, they think they belong in the Orange Bowl or something like that, and so they're coming down with something to prove. And Ole Miss will have to roll their sleeves up. They're in for a work day, no question about it.
Yeah. There was a lot of talk today on the board in regard to the opt-outs. Do you get any feeling that they may change the bowl structure based on if a team's going to have a full squad or if they're going to be without all their weapons, a la Florida?
Yeah, we've been heading in this direction. The whole COVID thing just, accentuated it.
Sure.
Because, it's empty stadiums and it's been a long year and you've had your nasal passage swabbed 4 times a week. It's been a year. I mean, look at the Arkansas kids, for example, right? I mean, they stayed in Fayetteville. They gave up Christmas. They stayed in Fayetteville.
Sure.
And then the game gets canceled.
Yeah.
I mean, that sucks. I mean, I think whether you love...
It looks like a couple of those teams could have rematched against in whatever bowl against somebody else that could play that was in the same situation.
But, found out so late. And, I mean, Arkansas was literally... The kids were getting ready to get on the bus. I mean, that hour.
Right.
So, I mean, kids are tired. And so, is there a way...
Sure.
Is there a way to change it? Sure. There's ways to do it with the bowls where you reimburse kids, but look, here's the deal. Moving forward, it's one of the reasons people like me are for an 8-team playoff.
Right.
If the game doesn't quote mean anything end quote, you're going to have kids who are prepped for the NFL to go, is it worth it for me? And if the answer in their mind is no, it's not worth it for me, or if the agent or their families or whatever are saying, hey, you can't get hurt right now, this is just going to be part of the deal. And I think it's just going to be something, a change we're going to have to accept, that the bowls aren't going to look like what we're used to, that the bowls are going to be more exhibitions than anything else. And at the end of the day, like today, the Armed Forces Bowl, do we really care who won the game?
No, you can say that about 98% of them, unless you're in the CFP.
Right. So the bowls become
It doesn't.
Yeah, the bowls just become they're rewards, and it's for coaches. It becomes an opportunity to look at some younger players and treat it like almost a preseason game for the next year.
No, but if the networks don't want blowouts, if they want a competitive game, then they want to know if your real offense is going to show up, right?
They do, but
you still can't guarantee whether the kids are going to care.
All right.
But
hey, Ray, hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Campbell, if you're in the thread, should I know who Megan the Stallion is? performing right now in Times Square. Megan the Theee Stallion. Should I know who that is? Because I have no freaking idea who Megan the Stallion is. Sorry, Ray. Go ahead, Ray. I'm sorry.
No, I was just talking about, I assume the networks want competitive games and want to know if your quarterback's going to want to play or not.
They do, but at the end of the day, I just at the end of the day, I just think they want football. I just think they want to put football on the screen, and it is what it is. I mean, they just want the programming. This year's proof of that. I mean, they just want the programming.
Sure. Well, I think all of us are glad that 2020 is at an end.
There's no doubt, Ray.
So
I think we're all done with 2020. Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. Happy New Year.
Man, you too. You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, Megan the Stallion. I can't hear the music because I've got headphones on, and I got to be careful not to violate YouTube. But she just has one dance move. She just shakes her ass. That's it. Chindu says she got shot this year, right? I don't know. Campbell says, I don't like her music either. Hey, who do we have?
It's Shaggy again.
Hey, Shag, what's up, man?
Well, I got a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Again, imagine that. First of all, if Indiana hadn't have got screwed, would we have played OSU?
Ohio State? No, I think Indiana's felt like they belonged in one of the, like the Peach Bowl. What are they called? The
New Year's Six.
Yeah, the New Year's Six Bowls. Thank you.
Yeah, or Access Bowls, whatever they call it nowadays. Second thing. Wow, I've been drinking. You can tell that, can't you?
That's okay.
I can.
I mean, I can too. Jefferson Oceans is good.
I know what I was going to ask. Tennessee didn't play. Arkansas didn't play. I think Missouri didn't play.
South Carolina didn't play.
South Carolina. As bad as Mississippi State looked today, they played.
They did.
Does that mean that thanks to Mississippi State, we get more money than we did because Tennessee didn't play and Missouri, South Carolina, Arkansas didn't play?
Yeah, I mean, the more teams that play, the more money you make.
So, thanks, Mississippi State?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Sure.
I have a hard time with that.
I mean, I think if you say no, they're going to come fight you. So, yeah, sure.
Well, okay. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, Shaggy.
Bye.
Bye. 11:26. Got 34 minutes to go until midnight here in the Central Time Zone. We're almost there. Chindu says, looked it up. She was shot in the foot. Campbell's trying to protect me from, WAP. I mean, I can't hear it, so it's really, if you could just see what I see. Anyway, who's this?
Hey, Neal, this is Eli from California.
Hey, Eli, what's up, man? You still got 2.5 hours left in your year.
I know, man. Yeah, I know. It's weird. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Being all the way over here. I'm actually from New Albany, or Myrtle. But I claim New Albany, obviously, because it's, I don't know, it's kind of bigger. But anyway, just calling in, long-time viewer, first-time caller. I didn't really expect to get in, but I know it's kind of winding down. I know you've been on for a while. What's like a realistic I really listened to that much of the show. What's like a realistic probability of the Rebs winning Saturday against the Hoosiers?
I'd say 25 to 30%.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's doable. There's a path. It's not like it's an impossible shot, but I mean, I think if you're being honest, you got to think Indiana's winning the game. If you're not worried about point spreads, you say which team's going to win. I mean, I think Indiana's obviously the safer bet. I mean, just keeping it real.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you're a betting man, you definitely bet Indiana here.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. Do you have any word? I don't know if you talked about it that much. Still catching up. Is Jarian playing Saturday?
It is my opinion, based on what I'm told, and they keep this stuff pretty tight. It's my opinion that he's going to try. I think he'll dress, and I think he'll give it a shot. I don't think Braylon's going to play. I have reason to believe Braylon won't play. I think Jarian's going to give it a shot.
Braylon's injury looked pretty real.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Braylon had surgery earlier this week, so
by the way Matt was kind of talking to him as he was carrying him off, it kind of seemed like didn't like what he heard. But if Jerry doesn't go, is Snoop gonna be full go? Is he still teetering the transfer portal? And
he might be, but he'll play this game. It's a big game for him, and it's a big game for Henry Parrish. I think he'll play a huge role, and they'll use Matt Corral's feet, and who knows? Maybe this is the game that they give the football to John Rice Plumlee. Some running it. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they've had some time to prepare a little bit, and I think they've had time to know that obviously they weren't going to have Elijah Moore, they weren't going to have Kenny Yeboah, they weren't going to have Braylon, so they've had some time to prepare for what they will have. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, either way, it'll be a cool thing to see Kiffin taking them out there. The Outback Bowl his first year here. It's kind of cool.
Sure.
Since the Sugar Bowl's first bowl back, Kiffin's first year. It's kind of cool.
Absolutely.
But yeah. Anyway, appreciate you taking my call, man.
All right, Eli.
Good talking to you. Happy New Year to you and yours. And
too.
stay safe.
You too, Eli. Happy New Year.
All right. Yes, sir. See you. Bye.
11:30. We got 30 minutes left to midnight. Yeah, I was wrong about Luke Logan. It was just a guess. I didn't have any sourcing or anything. It was just kind of some guessing on some things I was told. I think Luke Logan's in. He's in Tampa, so obviously he's going to play. Chase's guess was wrong, too. His guess was Royce Newman as to who the opt-out was. Royce is going to play. I don't know. Hell, it might be Lakevius Daniel. I mean, we're trying to interpret what Lane Kiffin says. It's risky. Lane keeps that stuff pretty close to the vest, and we'll see. Yeah, Michael says, I said Merry New Year. Yeah. It's been a minute since I've been on we're 4 hours and 17 minutes in to this show. At 6 o'clock, I had no idea I was going to do a show tonight. So you get what you get, It's like my mom used to say at dinner. You get what you get. I think Chase had a New Year's Eve dinner kind of a thing. He's more into the social stuff in Oxford than I am. Chase is a big deal in Oxford. I'm just me. 28 minutes. If you would have asked me this morning, was I going to see midnight tonight, I would have said, hell no. No chance. Yet here we are. And you guys, 116 of you can't say anything because we're all in this together. No, it's not Corral. Corral's going to play. No, this is not going to be a podcast. I did not put this on audition. So if people want to rewatch it, they'll have to rewatch it on YouTube. What if JRP opted out with his weekly Kiffin pick tweet? No, he's on the trip because they used him to sort of show the swag that they got to wear down to this game after the practice today. Tyler says Lane just says stuff in the pressers and does the opposite. I'm sure it's frustrating for media, but it's funny as hell as a fan. Yeah, I think it frustrates some media. I find it funny. It doesn't bother me. I giggle at it. Yeah, it makes me laugh. Kiffin makes me laugh. I mean, I think he's figured out in the Zoom calls that he can make me laugh, and he gets a kick out of that. So I'm not serious enough about it to get bothered. I think there are some in the media that get bothered by it. I'm not in that group. I find him amusing. Jonathan says, Neal, I wouldn't have guessed that I've made it to midnight either. Yeah, I'm with you. Shaggy says, call Chance. He'll answer. I'm not calling Chance this late at night. I mean, it'd be funny, but I'm not. Is it bad that I don't know who any of the hell these people are? Campbell, should I know who Louis Capaldi is?
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that I've made it to midnight.
Hey, who's this?
Yeah, I'm with you. Shaggy says, call Chance.
Hey, who do we have?
Neal?
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Alex Martin. How are you, bud?
Hey, Alex. What's up, my man?
It's another day in paradise.
Good.
That's right. Well, I'm 30 minutes past my my New Year, so
yeah,
I'm doing I'm 30 minutes ahead of you, I guess.
I was getting ready to say Happy New Year. You made it to there in Lexington. You made it to 2021.
I made it to 2021. Who would have thought? Well, I mean, I figured if it's my first time to call in, so I figured I would find some way to get you to tell some story that, for me, would be in 2020 you wouldn't have told. So how can I convince you to give us all some good story that you wanted to say, but you never did?
I know everybody thinks I have all these stories that I don't tell, and I don't know that I do, Alex. I mean, I'm pretty transparent. I pretty much tell most everything that I know, except for the stuff that I'm kind of told off the record that I don't feel like I'm comfortable telling.
Well, there's got to be some good one we all deserve to hear. I mean, it's there's bound to be something you can dig out of the well here.
You'll have to help me a little bit. You have to guide me along.
Well, I don't know. Give me a Houston Nutt story. Give me a recruiting story. Give me something that we're all dying to hear.
Houston Nutt story. I mean, the best Houston Nutt story that I have is I mean, I've got a couple. He called me. I was in Florida on vacation, and he called me and was talking about Jeremiah Masoli, was begging me to spin it positively, and I was like, "Hey, I mean, I'll write whatever. I'll write the truth." And then my second Houston Nutt story was they lost to Tennessee. Speaking of Masoli, and I guess that was 10. They got blown out in Tennessee, and I didn't cover the game.
I was actually at that game, yeah.
I didn't go because I had the flu, and Chase went instead of me, and I got a bunch of phone calls from people that would know, boosters, etc. And I wrote a column that night that said he was going to have to make staff changes. And he comes over to me. Sources said that he would have to make staff changes. And he came over to me on that Monday. Ole Miss was getting ready to play LSU. And he came over to me at practice. It was raining. We were inside the Manning Center. And he said, "So I got to make staff changes, huh?" And I said, "Houston, did you read it?" He goes, "Well, I heard about it." I said, "Did you read it?" And he said, "No." And so I pulled it up on my phone and I handed it to him and I went, "Read it." And the awkward part was that one of the coaches that I'd said he'd had to replace was Ron Dickerson, the wide receivers coach, who was standing 10 feet from us conducting drills. And Houston reads it. He hands me my phone back. He goes, "How good are your sources?" And I said, "Houston, I don't write it if I don't trust the sources." And he just looks at me and walks away. And Ron walks over to me, and he goes, "I'm out, aren't I?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think so." I mean, it was just the worst, you know. It was the whole It was the whole part of that year. You know, that had 2 good years in a row, and then it was clearly disintegrating, and everyone could see it. And Houston was trying to figure out a way to blame messengers and such, you know, instead of there was never accountability. So it's kind of my other Houston nut story was in Lexington, and I actually had gone out with you and your wife the night before.
That's right.
And Houston never would say my name for 4 years. And other than the famous, wasn't no 49-10, was it, Neal? That was the only time he used my name. And and that night in Lexington, Ole Miss lost to Kentucky, and I can't exactly remember how the game went, but after the game, we're standing in the bowels of, what's it called, Commonwealth Stadium or Kroger Field or whatever.
Well, it's Kroger Field now.
Yeah, and I said, Houston, do you anticipate being the Ole Miss coach next year?
Oh, yeah.
And he looked at me and he said, "Well, it's not really my decision, Neal." And when he said my name, I immediately knew he knows he's gone. It's over.
Yeah.
That moment, him saying my name was like what put me over the top, because when I left the stadium, I called Chase and I said, "Whatever you're doing, stop, because we need to start working."
Well, hell, you've had 2 of those moments, I guess. You had one with Houston, and then you had the AK moment. You know?
Now the AK moment was a little different because Andy and I, unlike Houston and I, had a really good relationship, and still do. And I got to be a little careful how I do this, but I knew the day before that Andy was stepping down, because he called me on a Sunday and said, "Hey, have you written your 10 thoughts yet?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, he said, basically, "What did you write?" And I told him. And he goes, "Don't write that." And I was like, "Well, I mean, I'm not, you can't tell me what to write." And he's like, "No, let me tell you what's going on." And so that was part of that deal, you know, was I knew that was coming. That's why sometimes when people attack Andy, I'm always like, Andy knew it was time. Andy knew it was time to walk away. He knew the gig was up. He knew he had taken the program as far as he could take it. And so when people criticize the way that he left or whatever, they're wrong. He tried to leave. He tried to do it in the way that he thought was the absolute best way for the program and the best way for the kids, etc. He really did. Andy's a first-rate dude.
You know, I'm always surprised to hear some of the backlash that Andy gets. And, I mean, sure, did he lose some games? But, man, the guy won a lot of games. And
he did. He won a lot of games. He expended a lot of energy trying to get past Tad Smith Coliseum.
No kidding.
Trying to get into the new arena. I can tell you that the day that Andy got into the new arena for the first time, he was a kid in a candy store. And he just didn't. Look, the Ole Miss job's a hard job, you know, and the basketball job's a hard job. And he wasn't in a place where he could pull it off, you know, and he'll tell you that. And he's at a good job now for him, and he's doing a good job at UAB, and he's got a kind of a renewed energy. And 12 years at one place, whether it's Ole Miss or UAB or Kentucky or Florida or any place, 12 years is a long time.
Oh, my God, yeah. I mean, you talk about hard jobs. I mean, you know, Ole Miss basketball is a hard job. I'm out here in Lexington, Kentucky. UK basketball is the mecca of basketball jobs, and John Calipari is recruiting like a madman and has been for a long time. And he's lost 5 games straight, and they're ready to run him out of town. It's like, you know,
it's just funny how it works. You know, I mean, it's kind of insane, really. We were talking about it tonight at dinner about Gus Malzahn getting run out of town and them paying 30 or what did they pay, $20 million to get him to leave?
21.7 or something like that.
Yeah, in a year where SEC institutions are barely making ends meet, and now you got to pay him $20 million to go, much less getting the next guy.
It's a crazy world. I keep trying to get
how it all works.
I keep trying to get rivals to pay me $21 million to go away, and I can't quite get them to do it. But I'm working on it. Every day I send them an email that says, "Hey, here's the thought."
Yeah.
Why don't y'all give me? Why don't y'all give me $11 million now, and then pay me 2.5 over the next 4 years, and I won't work.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, when you get the ULM job, I guess, I mean, you'll be able to do that, I guess.
Yeah, so far they haven't responded. Hey, Alex, Happy New Year. Thanks for the call.
Yes, sir.
JG Tate, the great JG Tate in the thread. It's 11:43 here on this New Year's Eve. 11:44, 16 minutes until New Year's in the Central Time Zone. We're 4 hours and 30 minutes into this show that I had no idea would last this long. I believe we are joined now by the one and only, the great J.G. Tate. Jay, how are you?
Is this Neal McCready? Is that your name?
That is me.
Hey, I don't know where your cockeyed lieutenant is, but let me tell you something, buddy.
All right.
I hope the Ole Miss wins that game tomorrow by 45 points, and anything less would be disappointing to me.
Well, they don't play tomorrow, Jay. But
shit, okay, my bad. They play Saturday. I'm sorry. I get my days mixed up. I might have had a little bit of brown water, Neal.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of brown water too. Happy New Year to you, to your lovely bride, to your family. I hope you're doing well.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Courtney. How are you?
Fabulous.
We've almost made it. It's 15 more minutes, and we can put 2020 in the rearview mirror.
Well, I've got some good news. We had a chance tonight to kind of get together with some of the gals and the guys, and I think we're going to be able to do a trip to the Caribbean next summer. I think we're pretty much all in, and we ride administrative assistant. So I'm thinking we're back on for some soccer mom time, and I'm pretty fired up about it. I was wondering if you and Laura would like to come on the trip.
I will. I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to ask her and see what she thinks.
Come on, man. I mean, you know, here's what I think. You love pretending like Laura is bothered by me, but the fact is that Laura likes me.
She does.
I think she would like to hang out with us.
She probably does. She'd love to run her hands through that hair of yours.
Yeah, she's not going to get that from you, is she?
No.
I see that DJ air horn going on.
Yeah. She's
a boy.
She's not going to get that from me, that is for sure. No question.
Hey, Courtney, would you like to run your hands through his scalp? I don't know what are our options.
Dig her.
I don't know.
Dig her nails into my scalp.
Would you do that? Would you scratch his scalp? Would you do that for me?
Vaseline on it, rub it out.
Vaseline on his scalp? I don't know if that would help. Anyway, Neal, I noticed you've been live for hours, right?
Jay, we are 4 hours and 32 minutes into the show.
Well, first of all, I mean, that's a hell of a job. And second of all, why? Why are you doing this on New Year's Eve? Tell me.
I don't know. Some people wanted a show, and so I said I'd give them a show, and then we kept going, and now we're this close to midnight, and I'm like, well, not stop until we get to midnight.
What a people pleaser.
I mean, you are very much a pleaser, obviously, but I was thinking, like, seriously,
that's
your wife,
that's
in my
what she
opinion,
says.
I hope it's just me and you talking here, right?
Right.
I mean, I think your wife on a scale of 1 to 10 is like a 9, let's say 9.5. And I'm being nice because Courtney, I always tell Courtney she's a 10, so I'm just trying to leave a little room there.
Of course.
Why don't you hang out, have you considered hanging out with Laura, like kind of as this momentous moment approaches?
She's up. She brought me some bourbon just then. I think she was all for me doing the show. She likes the idea of me producing profit for the McCready family.
Oh, of course, yes.
You know,
make some money. I know. Courtney likes that too.
Laura's a capitalist as well.
Does she ever come on your show? Is Laura like a fixture on the hand raise guys?
She's not one to get in front of the camera much, but I've tried.
Okay.
You know, but she's a big part of the support system. She's there.
That's important.
She's there in the back, kind of as an administrative assistant, as kind of a executive producer, if you will.
Yes. There's so many things I like about Laura. I probably her intelligence is one of them. Her social awareness is another thing. She has beautiful eyes. She has beautiful hair.
She does.
She's just wonderful, top to bottom. If you want to know my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. She's great.
You did an incredible job, and you guys together have born. She has born 3 wonderful kids, and you guys are a real success story there in Oxford.
Thank you, Jay.
Oh, you bet, brother. I mean, it's the end of 2020. I gotta tell you how I feel about you, Neal. I really like you, man. I think you're a pioneering writer. I think you're a better writer than I ever was, and I think you're a better speaker than I ever was, and I think you just do an incredible job with the hand raise guys. I don't know how you put up with Chase, but that's not my problem. That's your problem.
You're better at super chats than I am. Yeah, you've got lots of them going. We're still working on super chats.
Well, listen, man, I know the people at rebelgroves.com are very, very generous folks because a lot of the folks over there come over to mine when you're not on.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Georgia Rebel. I'm talking about Leif. I'm talking about Sammy. We got Grind is over there. Booja Booja. We have some outstanding folks that come over and hang out with us. So we love Rebel Grove. And I know Rebel Grove people are going to stand up for you. Do they love you?
Got 11 minutes left in the year. I wrote a column this morning about 2020. What's the one positive you're going to take out of 2020, Jay?
Well, I mean, I got to spend a lot more time with my wife than I ever expected, so I really like hanging out with her. She's a really cool chick, and we've been married 175 years. No, I'm just kidding. It's like 20-something. What is it? 20. We got married in 97, so 22-ish.
Yeah.
So that was good. And my daughter went to college and had a great time, so that's a plus. She's a Chi Omega. That's a plus. And we got through it, Neal. You and I and Gabe doing our show every Sunday has really helped me a lot, too. You guys are great dudes, and I mean, there's a lot of positive things we can look forward to next year, like me hanging out in the Caribbean with a bunch of hot soccer moms that want to take their tops off. If they do want to take their top off, Courtney, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't stop them.
That's true.
That's so generous of you.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't want to stop them. It's not right.
No, it wouldn't be right to stop them. They want to be liberated.
Exactly. I say let the puppies breathe if they want to breathe. I'm not against that. It's ASPCA policy.
Our great UPS Shaggy just 1 cent shy of a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Shaggy. That is awesome. You're the man. Mark Markow, a super chat as well. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you.
Dude, I thought Major was on, half an hour ago or something like that?
Yeah, Major was on a little while ago. We were talking about Cathead stuff and all the stuff that Cathead's been through over 2020. So,
good God.
Hand sanitizer and all that stuff. Crazy year for them, for
Cathead
sure.
has gone through my system a few times this year, I guarantee you, between the Old Soul and the single barrel picks I pulled over from Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah, we found
had a good year of Cathead.
Found a cocktail, Jay, for the honeysuckle vodka that we're gonna try. It involves some champagne. I know you don't like champagne. Courtney,
no, of course, I'm not a girl.
Courtney, do you like champagne?
No, not really, unless it's with orange juice.
Shucks that brown water, Neal.
Brown water. What brown water have you had tonight?
Yeah, what are you drinking tonight, Neal?
This is some Jefferson's Ocean.
Ooh, delicious.
Right now, yeah.
I like that.
It's the Voyage 19. It's very good.
Well, I've enjoyed that as well. I had some Old Rip Van Winkle 10 earlier, but that's not a big deal. I mean,
it's just an everyday kind of a thing.
I did see you and Gabe on our group checks. We're talking about drinking some. Well, it was specifically Gabe that was drinking champagne, and I think you should have called him on it, as I did, and you didn't join me, Neal.
Well, I like champagne, Jay. I'm sorry.
No, you don't. Don't say that. We're on the air. Don't ever admit that.
Jay, I'm being honest with the people. I like it.
You're not a girl.
I'm not a girl, but I don't think my sexuality is tied to my like or dislike of champagne.
Yeah, your Peloton people do like champagne. I actually ride a real bike. with real wheels on a real road. That's what I do because I'm a man.
Yeah, you did. I did an hour of Peloton today. I did 2 30-minute classes.
Oh,
yeah.
Simulated riding. I did actually 45 minutes of real riding, actually on a road. That was pretty cool.
Well, let me just tell you that Leanne Hainsby on Peloton today told me.
Oh, yes?
She said, I just adore you.
Oh, my God. Hairless Whisper? Is that what she said to you?
Well, she didn't say hairless whisper. She just looked at me and she said, I just adore you. But she was very clearly talking to me.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. Hey, can I give a shout-out, though?
Yeah.
95 Ole Miss Rebel. I want to give that person a shout-out because 95 Ole Miss Rebel helped me get through this year, and that's huge. I love jumping in your chat and doing what I can.
Yeah, thank you, 95 Ole Miss Rebel. That's awesome. Really appreciate that. He says, Happy New Year, Neal. You've helped many of us make it through 2020. Well, I appreciate that. And I got to tell you guys have helped us make it through 2020. So it goes both ways, and really, really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, your super chatters are unbelievable. And, of course, we love the Mark House. Good people, no doubt. So, I don't have a lot more to add except for I'm ready to see a lot more hot chicks in 2021. I think we'll see them in the Dominican or Jamaica or wherever the hell we end up. What did you say about Laura? Yeah, we think Laura ought to go ahead and come. I mean, if you want to come, that's fine, but we'd rather have Laura.
You'd rather her come on her own?
Yeah, I hope Laura's listening because I want you to know, Laura, that I'm speaking to you right now. That I would really think you would enjoy a Caribbean trip. You guys have been raising kids for so long that I think you need a break and hang out with some people that really like you. So that'll be good.
Okay. All right, Jay. Love you, buddy.
All right. Hey, big shout out to all my friends at rebelgroves.com. I love you guys. You've been so supportive of what we do at auburnsports.com, believe it or not. And I just love you guys because we love Ole Miss. It's a great school. And have a great New Year.
Happy New Year, Courtney. Bye.
See you, bro.
Bye. See you, buddy. That's the great JG Tate. 11:54. We've got 6 minutes to go. Fireworks popping here in Oxford. Laura's in the thread. She says, love you, Jay. Supposed to feed him some olives. 11:55. 5 minutes to go in 2020. At the risk of getting all sappy, I do appreciate all you guys. This has been a lot of fun. This whole year has been crazy, and we all kind of found a way to get through it together. And I don't think it's a year we'll ever forget. Andrew Sego says, Neal, champagne is not just a girl drink. If I could send you a mayo cocktail, I would. I would not drink a mayo cocktail. I just wouldn't do it. And I'm only tricked by some mayo cocktail either. The way that certain people tried to trick me with mayo food. Mayo's bad. Tyler Fitch says, 6 minutes, Neal. Thank you for making better this year tolerable. Making this year tolerable. You and Chance have done a great job. Thank you. Jen Deuce says, Laura, thank you for co-producing such a great show. Absolutely. Jen, thank you so much. Very kind of you. Appreciate that more than you can know. Marv says, Neal, did you see the awkward Kindle tool? I've not done that ride yet. The last one I did the two before that. I did Alex and what did I do? Alex and Cody today. $11:56, 4 minutes to go in this year. Jen says, I drink champagne with steak. I like champagne a lot. I like Prosecco a lot. If that makes me a girl, then whatever, so be it. Shaggy, Kenneth says, UPS Shaggy has given over $100 to get Laura on the show. She has to now. Laura, if you want to call in, you can call in. I'll take your call. I know you're already in your pajamas or whatnot, but you can call in. I've got it right here. you're being requested on the show. So I know you're sitting there. I know you're laying in the bed. You've got your phone, probably looking at Instagram, looking at TikTok. You should call. We'll take your call. They're in New York. They're still, I guess they're getting ready to ring in the Central Time Zone 2021. I have no idea who these people are. Michael Adderholt says, thank you, Neal, and Chase as well for helping me through my days with this here podcast. Happy New Year to the McCready family. Same to you, Michael. I'm glad you're doing well. 95 Ole Miss Rebel says, Laura, they're calling for you, Laura. I know you're listening. Jonathan Strange says, Laura's going to surprise you in 2 minutes to kiss you at midnight. Probably not. Jindu says, pro tip, a whole bottle of champagne will fit in a large Yeti. I'm totally with Andrew here. He says, X drink equals girl drink is such BS. I'm a cab and scotch guy, so I have no skin in the game, but who gives a crap? Drink what you like. Absolutely. Drink what you like. Couldn't agree more. Whatever makes you happy. Life's too short. Laura, they're calling for you here on the show, if you're listening. Everybody wants you on the show. $11:59 here on Hand Raise Guys on New Year's Eve. 52 seconds left in 2020. She might have fallen asleep. She knows she's being summoned. She's not calling. Tells me she may have fallen asleep. 34 seconds. Wait, here we go. I think we got her. Hello, Laura.
Hello, Neal. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Were you asleep?
No.
Okay. The people demanded that you called in.
Do what?
The people were demanding that you call in, and here you are.
Well, I don't really understand why, but
because
I called.
You're part of the show. You're part of the family. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everybody. It's 2021. 2020 is in our rearview mirror. We made it. Thank God.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How happy are you to hear that it's 2021?
Pretty happy. Now I can finally go to bed. I think this is the first year I've stayed up to midnight, probably in 5 to 7 years, maybe.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
What I remember about you and New Year's is in 2000, we were in Tempe, Arizona. I had to cover the Fiesta Bowl, and you and I went out there, and Sugar Ray was performing outside of our window, but you may have had a couple too many.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time.
And you were essentially passed out, and we had to go back to the room, and I rang in the new millennium with you sound asleep. But that was okay. We had a good trip.
That was a fun trip.
What's your when you look back on 2020, what will you think of?
I think we definitely heard you mention this. I think we've definitely, grown together as a family, spent a lot of time with each other, learned when to leave each other alone, and which is probably the biggest thing that we learned, when to let people have their space. So that's probably what I'll look back on the most.
Which part of 2021 are you looking forward to the most? What gives you the most optimism?
Well, we'll have another one in college and one in high school, and I just feel positive. I'm going to stay positive. I feel positive that things will kind of get back to normal. I feel like it will here in the next couple months.
It has to, right?
It has to.
Avery's in the thread. She says, just jump back on. Hey, Laura, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Avery.
Yeah, it's just been, what a crazy year. Just everybody's had one, but it's just been a crazy, crazy year. It's hard to believe, really.
Well, it's over and done with.
Yeah, it's done. We survived
Turn
it.
the page.
We survived it.
Yep.
All right, I know you're exhausted. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, I'm just, I'm not the best interviewee, I should say.
You don't think you're a good interview?
No.
Oh, I think you're good. You're good.
Well, I'm just giving the people what they want. They wanted to speak to the co-producer, so I had to call in.
They wanted to hear from the executive producer. You're
the executive producer.
A big part of what we do here at rebelgrove.com.
That's right. Well, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year to you. All right.
Bye.
Bye. That was Laura. I'm trying to fix the screen here. Let's see. It's got all messed up, but we'll fix it. Oops. Oh, I don't know what happened. Let's see. I lost all sorts of stuff there. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You can see it. I'm behind. Everything's moving everywhere. It doesn't matter at this point, does it? All right, let's see. I got calls coming. 5 hours in, no one cares whether the graphics are messed up. Can y'all still see me? We'll just leave it like this. It's fine. We made it to 2021. 4 minutes into 2021. I'll stay and take a couple more calls. There's one right there. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neal, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, doing well. Happy New Year's.
Thank you. Happy New Year's to you. Who's this?
Hey, this is Will down in Jackson.
Hey, Will.
Hey, got a question.
Okay.
The quote-unquote Ole Miss network.
Yep.
Why can't they get along with each other?
What do you mean?
So I've just heard that there's, 3 or 4 guys that kind of run it, and it's kind of just a power struggle. And one guy will be like, hey, we need this guy. And the other guy won't work together.
Yeah, I don't know. That's complicated stuff. A lot of egos involved. At the end of the day, it's stuff that's kind of got to get squared away, and it probably will be.
Yeah, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably the wrong person to answer that.
Yeah,
you got a house full, huh?
So, hey, I appreciate it, understand it. I've got to get on. My wife's getting at me.
Okay.
But, hey, Happy New Year. Appreciate it.
Happy New Year to you. Caroline's in the thread, says Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Caroline. Are you home? I hope she's home. Caroline was at a party. She has had some friends over. Hopefully they're good. $12:06 a.m. 6 minutes into 2021. Oh, let's see. We got a call. Hold on. Let me grab it. Here we go. Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neal, it's Jarrett.
Hey, Jarrett. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you.
So, did you do what you did with your New Year's Eve? Is just sat here and talk to us?
That's correct. That's what I've done. I've talked to you guys, my sort of
adoring fans, as I put it.
My other family.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't really do much. We just cooked some dinner and then I watched Star Wars and timed it up so the Death Star exploded at midnight. So that was my big.
That's awesome.
New Year's Eve.
You sound like my brother. That's great.
Yeah, man. Dude, so I know we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, but what do you make of this whole Army cheating thing?
Not a good thing. Not a good look for Army that they changed the rules to allow those guys to stay eligible. That's not a good look at all. Yet,
yeah.
Here's the other side of that: is this whole online education thing doesn't work.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure, and if it was any other school, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. But but in this situation,
no, Army, Navy, Air Force, they should be held to a different standard, and they are. But I can't sit here and tell you that I'm shocked by it.
Right? Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the message board post that I had about it, but so when I was at Air Force, we had a similar cheating scandal. It actually wasn't even for academics. It was for your weekly military knowledge test so that you could go out on the weekend. And it involved a lot of athletes, and all of them got kicked out because what specifically happened here with this rule change is, so what happens is when you're accused of violating the honor code, you go to a board that is run by cadets only. So only cadets can decide whether you violated the honor code or not. And then once you're found guilty, it is assumed that you are kicked out of the academy unless the superintendent of the academy, who's a 3-star general, decides to give you probation. And so if you're on probation, you cannot represent the academy in any sports or any outside activities. And if you're kicked out, you obviously can't. And so what Army decided to do is they said, well, what we're going to say is if you're found guilty by the honor board, we're going to let you continue to participate in athletics until we've decided your punishment. But regardless of the two options for your punishment, you can't participate in athletics anymore anyway. So it's blatantly obvious that they just did that so that those guys could play in the Air Force and the Navy games. And man, it really rubs me the wrong way.
I was going to say, it surprises you, doesn't it?
It does, because I mean, look, man, those kids, unlike Ole Miss, those kids who play for Ole Miss, they are on that campus to win football games. That's the reason that they're there. I mean, we've talked a lot about the what their scholarships are for and all that. The Ole Miss athletics department exists for the sole purpose of making the university money and winning football games or sports games, whatever. And so, I mean, these people who made these decisions, these are commissioned officers, high-ranking ones, like colonels and above.
Yeah.
And they chose to, put beating Navy and Air Force in football ahead of the development of these future officers, young men who are going to lead troops into combat potentially that have integrity issues. And man, that's to say that's cool is an understatement.
What do you think happens in the end?
I think that to the kids or to the people who made those decisions?
Both.
For the kids, I mean, I would have to know specifics. So typically, the things that are taken into consideration for whether you get probation or you're kicked out is like how long you've been there. So like if you're a senior and you violate the honor code, you're going to get kicked out typically. If you're an underclassman, then you might have a better chance. And then also like if there was like some sort of ringleaders, so to speak, like somebody who, you know, like if there was one kid who got the answers to the test and kind of distributed them, they would be more likely to get kicked out versus the kids who were just kind of given the answers to the test and used them, you know? But if you're asking my opinion, what should happen, you break the honor code, you get kicked out, period, dot, end of story, done. As far as the officers in charge, nothing. Nothing will happen to them. They'll finish their tour at the academy, and then, you know, if they're in, a lot of the people who are of that high rank that are at the academy, that's their last tour anyway. So they'll just finish up their time and retire, or they'll just go on to another assignment somewhere. They'll finish up their 2 or 3 years and then be reassigned. So, and then it'll just kind of go by the wayside. Nothing will come of it.
Anything else?
Which is unfortunate.
Anything else? Anything else, Jarrett?
Nah, man. I just want to get your thoughts on that, and you know, I was just perusing the board and saw you were on, so I thought I'd hop on and call and say hey.
We've spent a minute. Yeah, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Have a good New Year.
You too. Happy New Year to you. It's 12:14 a.m., January 1st, 2021. Damn, that feels good to say. Yeah, I'm fading a little bit, but I'm okay for a minute. I'm not going to stay much longer. The goal was to make it to midnight. We made it. I'll take 1 or 2 more calls if anybody wants to call. Waiting to see if Caroline got home okay. I think I heard them come in. I will say this. I'm not going to get all sappy at 12:14 in the morning, but thanks to you guys. Y'all made this night a lot of fun. This whole year has been really incredible. And a lot of you guys, more than you know, have reached out. Words of encouragement. And some of you have reached out at times when I needed to hear a word of encouragement. And you guys did it. And I appreciate it more than you know. It's I use the word community a lot here about rebelgrove.com and MPW Digital, and that's what it is. It's a community. And yeah, no joke. You guys have so many times this year in trying times, I've gotten an email or a direct message or something from one of you guys at a time when, damn, I needed it. Just kind of word of encouragement or whatever. Because it's been a hard year for people. It's been a hard year for me. It's been a hard year for you. It's been a hard year for most people. And, yeah, big thanks. I couldn't. There've been a lot of times that you guys are what kind of pushed it along. Apparently it was Campbell that came in, not Caroline. Campbell was out babysitting tonight, so I'm glad she's home. She says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Will says, thanks to you, Neal. I absolutely appreciate you guys. Yeah, we appreciate you guys. Mark says, can we get Laura back? I think Laura's done for the night. I think Laura's history, Mark. I don't think there's much of a chance. Adderholt says, always got your back, McCready. Thank you, sir. I have no idea where my background went. It doesn't matter at this point. What freaking difference does it make? But that's bizarre that it just went away. I have no idea. I was like, during that last call, I was playing with it, trying to figure out where it went. I can't find it. Tyler Fitch says, slightly more sober message. I really do want to say thanks to you and Chase. Rebel Grove helped me through a rough time in March and beyond. Tough time in March and beyond. Yeah. It was a tough time for us too, Tyler. It really was. Alan says, thank you, Neal and the Rebel Grove family for being great. Thank you guys for being great. Appreciate that. Mark wants the kids on the show. Not sure whether Campbell, if Campbell wants to come be on the show, I can put her on. That's up to her, if she wants to come in. I'd have to set up another shot and stuff, but I could do that. That's not hard. If she wants to come on. She's probably a lot more sober than her dad right now. But if she wants to come on, she knows how to get here. 12:18. What's been depressing to me tonight is I have no idea. All these acts, I have no idea who they are on Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve. Campbell says, I just put on my pajamas. I mean, if they're decent, you can still come on. No one's going to be able to tell. No one's going to see you except from like mid-chest up. You can sit in Chase's chair. I'll turn the light on you. Andrew says, I'd call and ask about some appetizer Rex, but I think it's just getting a little late for that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know that I could pull that off right now, Andrew. Kent says this is much better than watching one of those countdown shows. Thank you, Kent. Campbell did have a burner chat earlier. Apparently, I missed part of it. I was keeping it with my show, but apparently she was conducting her own show on the side. She says, maybe another day. I'm exhausted. I get it. I understand. William says, what music do I listen to? I listen to the oddest combination because I listen to rap and country, which is weird. That's kind of what I like, though. I like rap and I like country. Not calling Chase at 12:20 in the morning. Just not going to do it. Probably not a good idea. No, not calling Chase at this hour. Just not a great idea. Jen says, I think I'm watching Busta Rhymes right now on NBC. What year is this? 2004. All right, we're gonna probably wrap here. Been going for 5 hours and 6 minutes. More of an old school 90s country or modern country. Probably somewhere in between. I don't like the old school super twangy country. I don't know. I kind of like the new country. I'm sorry. I know that makes me lose my man card or whatnot, but I like it. Yeah, Gabe's long gone. No way he was going to make it. No way. Hey, thanks to everybody who was with us. Some of you guys were with us for the entire 5 hours and almost 10 minutes. Mark wants Campbell to call in. Campbell's toast. Yeah, we were with you a long time. Michael says I've got tickets for Luke Combs in November in Dallas. Can't wait. Yeah, that's good. So we will be back with you on Saturday morning, 9:30. Ole Miss and Indiana will have scoreboard business at 9:30. The game's at 11:30. We'll be with you for the MPW Digital Watch Party. And then we'll have hand raise guys after the show. And we'll stay with you for a while on Saturday. Enjoy the football on New Year's Day. Today, we made it to 2021. 2020 is in the books. So that's our accomplishment for the night. It's pretty good, I think. So thanks to everybody who super chatted. Appreciate all of the people who donated. Means a lot. Really does. It's really cool of you. I really appreciate it. So we'll wrap it up there. I started to say for Chase Parham, but it was just me. So for Neal McCready, I'm Neal McCready that does it for this episode of Hand Raised Guys, brought to you by Rafters Music and Food. We will see you on Saturday morning, Ole Miss and Indiana in the Outback Bowl. Until then, take care. Bye.